Hello and welcome to Sleepy Science. The strangest thing your brain hides from you is not a secret memory or a buried thought. It is how much of your reality is being constructed without your permission. Right now, your vision contains missing information you cannot see. Your awareness is slightly behind the world. Your mind is filling gaps you never notice. And even the feeling of now is being assembled inside your brain. You can hear words that were never spoken, feel sensations with no external cause, remember events differently from how they happened, and experience familiarity for moments you have never lived before. None of this requires simulation theories or supernatural explanations. These are real effects studied in neuroscience, psychology, perception, and memory research. Tonight, we'll explore 30 unsettling realities that reveal just how much your mind edits, predicts, hides, and rebuilds before anything becomes the world you consciously experience. Before we begin, like the video and subscribe, then get comfortable. Let your thoughts slow down and consider one uncomfortable question. If your brain constructs so much of what feels unquestionably real, how much of reality have you ever experienced exactly as it was? The brain fills in blind spots. You literally don't see everything. There is a small hole in your vision right now, and the strangest part is not that it exists, but that you have probably lived your entire life without noticing it. Somewhere in the scene in front of you, a tiny region of the world is producing no visual information at all. No color, no shape, no light, nothing. Yet you do not walk around with a black patch floating beside everything you see, because your brain quietly covers the absence before it ever reaches your awareness. The reason begins inside your eye. Light enters through the pupil, passes through the lens, and lands on the retina, a thin layer of light-sensitive tissue at the back of the eye. Most of the retina is packed with cells that respond to incoming light and begin converting the visual scene into electrical signals your brain can interpret. But there is one unavoidable interruption. The optic nerve, which carries visual information from the eye toward the brain, has to leave the retina somewhere. At that exit point, called the optic disc, there are no photoreceptors at all. Light can fall there, but there are no rods or cones waiting to detect it. That creates a real blind spot in each eye. You can prove it to yourself with an ordinary sheet of paper. Place a small cross on one side and a dot several centimeters away from it. Close one eye, stare directly at the cross, and slowly move the page toward or away from you. At a particular distance, the dot can simply disappear. It has not faded, moved, or become too small to see. Its image has landed on the part of your retina that cannot detect anything. For a brief moment, you are staring directly at a location in the world from which your brain is receiving no visual data. What happens next is even more interesting. You do not normally perceive an empty hole where the missing information should be. Instead, the surrounding scene seems to continue through it. If the dot sits on a white background, you see white. If the missing area crosses a simple line, your visual system may perceptually continue the line through the gap. This process is often called perceptual filling in, although that phrase can make it sound as if the brain is carefully painting every missing pixel, like an artist restoring a damaged photograph. The reality is subtler. Your visual system represents the scene using information from neighboring regions, patterns, edges, and the other eye, and under ordinary conditions, there is simply no reason for consciousness to announce that a small patch of direct retinal input is absent. With both eyes open, the blind spot of one eye is usually covered by information captured by the other, because the two eyes view the world from slightly different positions. But even with one eye closed, the missing region rarely feels like a hole. Your experience remains continuous. That tells you something important about vision. Seeing is not the same thing as receiving a perfect picture from the eyes. The retina is not a camera sensor sending a complete photograph into your skull. Visual experience is assembled through several layers of neural processing, and continuity matters more to the system than showing you every gap in the original input. Researchers have explored this by placing textures, patterns, colors, and lines across the blind spot and asking people what they perceive. Simple structures can appear to continue across the missing region, especially when the surrounding information strongly suggests what belongs there. But the brain is not infinitely creative. It does not secretly invent detailed hidden objects or reconstruct complex scenes with perfect accuracy. Filling in works best when the missing information can be inferred from nearby visual structure. A continuous background may seem continuous. A line may appear to extend. A simple texture may seem uninterrupted. But complicated information cannot simply be recovered from nowhere. This distinction matters because the most fascinating truth is not that your brain magically knows what is missing. It is that your conscious experience does not require every part of the visual field to be directly sampled in the first place. You feel as though the world appears before you all at once, complete from edge to edge, yet part of that completeness is constructed from incomplete input. And your blind spot is only unusual because science gives you a simple way to expose it. Under normal circumstances, there is no alarm, no flicker, no sensation telling you that anything has been removed. Your brain does not hand you the raw data and then point toward the places where information is absent. It gives you a usable scene. That may be why discovering your blind spot can feel so unsettling at first. You can close one eye, perform a tiny experiment, watch an object vanish from your own perception, and then open both eyes again to find the world looking perfectly ordinary. The physical world did not change. Your eye did not stop functioning. You simply found one of the boundaries built into the machinery through which you see. And perhaps that is the quieter lesson hidden inside this small patch of darkness. Certainty can feel seamless even when information is incomplete. Every time you look across a room, at a face, at a tree outside a window, there are limits built into the act of seeing. Yet your experience does not feel fragmented. It feels whole. Your brain has spent your entire life making that wholeness effortless, not by showing you everything, but by preventing the missing pieces from constantly demanding your attention. So when you say, "I saw it with my own eyes," the statement is still meaningful, but it is not quite as simple as it sounds. Your eyes provide the signals, your nervous system organizes them, and somewhere inside that quiet collaboration, a tiny piece of the world disappears completely without leaving a visible hole behind. You do not notice the absence because, for your mind, a continuous world is more useful than a perfectly honest map of every place where vision fails. And once you know that a literal blind spot can hide inside an apparently complete picture, you may begin to look at seeing itself a little differently. Not as a window that reveals everything, but as a remarkably effective biological system that gives you enough of the world to move through it, while quietly concealing the places where the picture was never complete. You don't actually see in real time. Perception is delayed. The world you are looking at has already happened by the time it becomes something you can consciously see. That sounds almost impossible because vision feels immediate. A bird crosses the sky and you see it moving. Someone turns toward you and their expression seems to change at that exact moment. A glass begins to slip from your hand and you react as though your awareness is perfectly synchronized with reality. But your nervous system cannot operate instantaneously. Light must first reach the retina, where photoreceptor cells convert it into neural signals. Those signals then travel through several layers of processing before activity reaches the visual areas of the brain. And even there, the work is not finished. Different neural systems begin extracting different features of the scene, where something is, whether it is moving, what direction it is moving in, how bright it is, what shape it has, and whether it matches something you have encountered before. All of this requires time. Depending on the kind of stimulus and what scientists choose to measure, visual processing unfolds across tens to hundreds of milliseconds, meaning conscious perception is never a perfectly instantaneous window onto the physical present. Yet you almost never experience yourself as delayed. And that is where the brain becomes far more interesting than a simple camera. If it merely waited for every piece of information to finish processing and then showed you an outdated picture, interacting with a fast-moving world would be extremely difficult. Instead, The nervous system constantly uses patterns in recent information to anticipate what is likely to happen next. When an object moves steadily across your field of view, for example, your brain can use its direction and speed to estimate where it is heading rather than treating each moment as an isolated photograph. Researchers have found clues to this predictive machinery in motion illusions, including situations in which a moving object appears slightly farther along its path than a physically identical stationary object. Your visual system is not breaking the laws of time or secretly looking into the future. It is doing something more practical. It is compensating for the fact that biological processing itself takes time. This also helps explain how you can perform actions that seem too fast for deliberate visual thought. A skilled tennis player facing a powerful serve cannot wait to watch the entire flight of the ball, consciously calculate its final position, and then begin moving. By then, the opportunity would be gone. Instead, the brain draws on early visual information, body position, learned patterns, and enormous amounts of previous experience to prepare a response before every detail has been consciously resolved. The better someone becomes at a fast activity, the more useful these predictions can become. What feels like extraordinarily quick reaction is often partly anticipation. But prediction creates a fascinating trade-off. It makes perception faster and more useful, while also making it vulnerable when reality suddenly violates expectation. If an object changes direction unexpectedly, disappears, or moves in a way the brain did not predict, there can be a brief mismatch between what the nervous system prepared for and what actually happened. You usually correct that mismatch almost immediately, but experiments can expose it. In this sense, seeing is less like receiving a live video feed and more like maintaining a constantly updated model whose newest version is always being revised by incoming evidence. Even more strangely, the pieces of a visual event are not necessarily processed at identical speeds. Color, motion, shape, and location rely on overlapping but partly specialized neural pathways, and the brain must somehow bind these processes into the single event you experience. You do not normally see the red of a passing car first, its shape a moment later, and its movement after that. Your awareness presents them together as one red car moving through space. The seamlessness is an achievement of neural coordination, not proof that every component entered the brain simultaneously. Scientists can reveal cracks in that coordination under carefully designed experimental conditions, showing that subjective timing is something the brain has to construct. And the delay begins even before you consider consciousness. Photoreceptors themselves need time to respond to light. Neurons need time to transmit signals, and networks of neurons need additional time to compare, integrate, and interpret those signals. There is no single little screen inside your head on which reality suddenly appears. Processing continues through interconnected systems, with information traveling forward, backward, and sideways between brain regions. What you call seeing is the outcome of that activity becoming organized well enough to guide behavior and enter awareness. This is why asking exactly how many milliseconds behind reality you live has no single universal answer. A sudden flash, a moving object, a face, and a complicated scene do not all require the same processing, and detecting that something happened is not identical to consciously identifying what happened. The useful truth is not a dramatic claim that you live a precise fraction of a second in the past. The deeper truth is that there is always some processing between an external event and your awareness of it, and your brain has evolved ways to make that delay almost invisible. Think about what that means for the experience you call the present. Subjectively, now feels like a razor-thin boundary separating what has happened from what has not. But the now you experience is assembled from signals that originated at slightly different moments, processed at different speeds, and coordinated into something coherent enough to feel immediate. Your brain does not stop the world while it performs this work. Reality keeps unfolding. A face continues changing while its previous expression is still being processed. A moving hand advances while signals describing its earlier position are still traveling through your nervous system. And somehow, out of this biological lag, you receive the convincing sensation of being perfectly present. That realization does not make your experience false. It makes it more remarkable. Your perception is useful precisely because the brain does not force you to experience every stage of its construction. It hides the machinery and gives you the finished moment. So when you look around tonight and feel that everything is happening right now, remember that your awareness is performing a quiet act of synchronization. It is taking information that has already begun to age, combining it with what has just happened and what is likely to happen next, and turning that mixture into the smooth present you inhabit. The present you see is therefore not a frozen copy delivered instantly from the outside world. It is a biological achievement, rebuilt moment after moment by a nervous system trying to remain close enough to reality that you can move through it without ever noticing how hard it is working to keep you from falling behind. You miss massive changes in your environment. You can look straight at something, keep your eyes open, and still fail to notice that the world in front of you has changed dramatically. This is not because your eyesight is poor, and it is not because your brain is malfunctioning. It is a normal feature of human attention known as change blindness. And once you understand how easily it happens, the confidence you place in your own awareness begins to feel much less secure. In one of the classic demonstrations, people are shown two nearly identical photographs that alternate back and forth with a brief blank screen between them. One image might contain an airplane with a missing engine, a building with a different window, or a person wearing a different piece of clothing. The change can be large enough to occupy a substantial part of the picture, yet observers often stare at the images for several seconds before noticing it. The blank interval interrupts the visual signal that would normally draw attention to the change. And without that sudden movement or flicker, the alteration can remain strangely invisible. You are not failing to see the new image. Both versions reach your eyes. What fails is your ability to compare every detail of one moment with every detail of the next. Your brain simply does not maintain a perfectly detailed internal copy of everything around you. It prioritizes what appears important, while much of the rest is represented far more loosely than your experience suggests. Researchers have demonstrated an even more surprising version of this outside the laboratory. In a famous type of experiment, a researcher approaches an unsuspecting pedestrian and asks for directions. During the conversation, workers carrying a large object pass between them, briefly blocking the pedestrian's view. While the interruption occurs, the original researcher is secretly replaced by another person. Astonishingly, some participants continue the conversation without noticing that the person standing in front of them has changed. The replacement may have different clothes, different facial features, or even noticeable physical differences. Yet the interaction feels continuous enough that the brain does not always raise an alarm. This does not mean people are incapable of recognizing faces. It reveals something more subtle. Attention determines which details are strongly encoded, and when your mind is focused on answering a question, navigating a street, or understanding a conversation, many features that seem obvious in hindsight may never receive enough attention to become memorable in the first place. Change blindness also explains why a room can feel familiar even when objects have been moved, why you might fail to notice a new decoration in a place you visit every day, or why two versions of an image can seem identical until someone points directly at the difference. Your intuition tells you that because you can see the entire scene, you must also be monitoring the entire scene. But awareness does not work that way. Your eyes can take in a wide field, while focused attention occupies only a much smaller part of it. The rest is not necessarily absent, but it is not being examined with the level of detail you imagine. The brain relies heavily on stability. If nothing signals that a chair, a face, or a building has changed, it is often efficient to assume that it has remained the same rather than repeatedly verifying every feature. That assumption usually works because the world is generally stable from one moment to the next. Walls do not normally change color while you blink. The person speaking to you does not usually transform into someone else behind a passing door. Evolution did not need to build a system that compares every visible detail continuously. It needed a system capable of detecting useful changes quickly enough to guide behavior. Sudden motion, an approaching object, a new sound, or an unexpected event can capture attention immediately because these changes may matter. But if the visual disruption that announces a change is hidden, your awareness can be remarkably forgiving. This has practical consequences. Eyewitnesses may sincerely believe they noticed everything important during an event, while missing major alterations outside their focus. Drivers can overlook meaningful changes when their attention is occupied by navigation, conversation, or another demanding task. Security professionals, medical workers, and anyone responsible for scanning complex scenes are trained precisely because simply looking is not the same as systematically noticing. Expertise can improve what you attend to, but no human observer becomes immune to attentional limits. And perhaps this is the part worth carrying beyond the laboratory. Your confidence in what you noticed is not a perfect measure of what was actually available to notice. You can remember a scene vividly while important details never entered your focused awareness at all. There is no sensation of the missing information. No blank patch appears in memory. Your experience simply feels complete, and that completeness can make you certain. So the next time someone moves an object in your home and you swear it has always been there, or a friend points out a change you somehow missed, you are witnessing a quiet limitation built into attention itself. The world contains far more detail than your mind can monitor at once. So consciousness has to choose. It gives priority to what appears relevant and trusts much of the rest to remain stable. Most of the time, that strategy makes life possible. But occasionally, the world changes while your attention is elsewhere, and nothing inside you announces that anything happened. The change can be large. It can happen directly in front of you. And until your attention finally lands on it, an altered reality can sit there in plain sight, waiting for you to notice that the scene you thought you knew is no longer the same. The first tick after you look at a clock feels longer. A clock can appear to stop for you without losing a single second. You may have noticed it after suddenly glancing at an analog clock. Your eyes land on the second hand, and the first interval before it moves seems strangely stretched, almost as though the clock has frozen and then restarted. The hand is not malfunctioning, and time has not slowed around you. The distortion is happening inside perception, and it has a name: saccadic chronostasis, often called the stopped clock illusion. To understand why it happens, you have to notice something your eyes perform all day without asking your permission. Your gaze does not normally glide smoothly from one object to another. When you shift from your phone to a clock on the wall, from one face to another, or from a book to something across the room, your eyes make extremely fast jumping movements called saccades. During each jump, the image projected onto your retina sweeps rapidly across it. If you consciously experienced all of that motion, every glance could produce a brief smear of visual chaos. Instead, the visual system reduces sensitivity around these movements, a phenomenon known as saccadic suppression, helping the world remain stable rather than seeming to streak whenever your eyes change direction. This creates an unusual problem for the brain. Your eyes have moved from one location to another. Useful visual information has been altered around the movement, and yet your experience must somehow remain continuous. You do not normally feel as though reality disappears each time your gaze jumps. The stopped clock illusion offers a glimpse into one way the nervous system may maintain that continuity. In the classic experiments on chronostasis, researchers ask people to move their eyes toward a visual target resembling a clock, and then judge how long the first post-saccadic stimulus seemed to last. That first interval was systematically perceived as longer than comparable intervals that followed it. The original researchers proposed that once the eyes arrive at the new target, the brain effectively assigns the newly acquired stable image to an earlier point in time, extending its subjective beginning backward toward the period surrounding the eye movement. In simple terms, your experience can make it seem as though you had been looking at the clock for slightly longer than you really had. The clock hand therefore appears to remain in its first position for too long, producing that eerie moment when a perfectly functioning clock seems to hesitate. What makes this especially interesting is that the illusion is tied to the act of redirecting the eyes rather than simply to staring at a clock. If you are already looking directly at the second hand, you generally do not get the same classic stopped clock effect every second. The strange extension appears around the transition created by the eye movement. Researchers have also found that disrupting the apparent spatial stability of the target can weaken or remove the illusion. In the original work, when the target was secretly shifted during the saccade so that it no longer appeared to occupy a stable position across the movement, the normal chronostasis effect disappeared. This suggested that the brain was not merely adding extra subjective time randomly. The effect seemed connected to its attempt to treat the object you find after the eye movement as the same stable object you intended to look at before the movement. That distinction matters, because it turns a funny clock trick into a clue about one of the larger problems your visual system solves constantly. How can the world feel stationary when your eyes are repeatedly moving? The clock does not need to be physically altered for your sense of its duration to change. What matters is the relationship among an eye movement, the target of that movement, and the brain's judgment of when the new visual event began. Later studies have complicated the exact explanation, which is important because chronostasis should not be presented as though neuroscience has discovered a single tiny mechanism that simply edits time. Researchers have proposed several interacting accounts, including the original idea of perceptual backdating, changes in attention around a saccade, signals associated with producing the eye movement itself, and distortions caused by the unusual visual conditions surrounding saccades. Experiments have shown chronostasis across different kinds of saccadic movements, including movements that are more deliberate and others that are more reflexive, suggesting that the effect cannot be explained only by the conscious intention to move your eyes. Other work has found that where the target appears and how attention is distributed can matter, while more recent experiments continue to find that a saccade can alter perceived duration in ways that are more complicated than simply making every event afterwards seem longer. There is even evidence that information from another sense can influence the effect. A 2024 experiment found that adding a simultaneous sound reduced visual saccadic chronostasis, suggesting that your estimate of duration is not produced by vision in complete isolation. Timing information from different senses can interact when the brain decides how long an event seems to last. And this is where the stopped clock becomes much more than a curiosity you can test on the wall. You probably carry an intuitive belief that duration belongs entirely to events themselves. A second is a second, so surely 1 second should always feel like 1 second. Physical clocks are built precisely to make time independent of your mood, attention, eyes, and expectations. But your experience of duration is not a clock mounted somewhere inside the skull, faithfully copying the timing of the outside world. The nervous system has to determine when perceptual events begin, when they end, which sensory changes belong together, and how those events relate to your own movements. Under ordinary circumstances, those operations work so smoothly that you never notice them. Chronostasis becomes visible because an external clock provides something unusual, a precise reference capable of exposing the mismatch. Without the moving second hand, you might never realize that the first moment after redirecting your gaze had been stretched at all. The clock is therefore not creating the illusion. It is revealing one that normally passes unnoticed. And there is something quietly beautiful about that. You spend your days moving your eyes from object to object, thousands of transitions woven into a visual life that seems uninterrupted, while your brain continually negotiates the boundary between movement and stability. Most of those negotiations leave no trace in awareness, but occasionally you glance at a clock at exactly the right moment and the machinery shows itself. The second hand waits. The room remains still. For an instant, it genuinely feels as though time has paused to let you catch up. Then the hand moves, the illusion collapses, and the clock continues as if nothing unusual happened. Nothing happened to time itself, of course. The revealing event happened to your experience of it. That first tick reminds you that the duration you feel and the duration a clock records are related, but they are not identical things. A mechanical clock counts changes according to physical regularity. Your mind must build a sense of those changes while simultaneously moving, attending, and maintaining a stable world. Usually the two agree closely enough that you never question the difference. But in that tiny hesitation after your eyes arrive, the agreement briefly loosens, and you are given a rare chance to notice that the feeling of time is not simply delivered to you by the universe. It is something your nervous system must continuously organize, and for one strangely long second, you can almost catch it in the act. What you see depends on what you expect, not what's there. Before your eyes have finished telling you what something is, your brain may already have an opinion about what it should be. Walk into a dim kitchen at night, and a coat hanging over a chair can briefly become a crouched person. Glance at an unclear shape on the road, and it may look like an animal until you get closer. Read a badly printed sentence and somehow recognize words whose letters are incomplete. In moments like these, your eyes are not simply failing. They are revealing one of perception's most useful secrets. Vision is influenced not only by the information arriving from the outside world, but also by what your brain already knows, expects, and considers likely. Psychologists often describe this as top-down processing. Signals arriving from the eyes provide evidence, while memory, context, learned patterns, and expectation help determine what that evidence probably means. This is necessary because the visual world is often ambiguous. A small dark patch could be a shadow, a hole, a distant object, or simply a stain. A curved line could belong to a face, a letter, a branch, or dozens of other things. The light reaching your retina does not arrive with labels attached saying chair, friend, or danger. Your brain has to interpret it, and interpretation becomes much easier when previous experience tells you what usually belongs in a particular situation. Consider written language. If you see an unclear symbol between the letters C and T, you may interpret it differently from the same symbol placed between the numbers 12 and 14. The physical mark can remain identical, while its surroundings change what you believe you are seeing. Context narrows the possibilities. Faces provide another striking example. Human brains are exceptionally sensitive to the arrangement of eyes, noses, and mouths, so much so that they can perceive faces in clouds, electrical outlets, burnt toast, or the front of a car. This tendency, called pareidolia, does not mean your brain truly believes the cloud is a person. It means the visual system is so practiced at detecting meaningful familiar patterns that weak evidence can sometimes be pushed toward a familiar interpretation. From an evolutionary perspective, such a bias can make sense. Missing a face hidden in vegetation could once have mattered more than occasionally mistaking random shapes for one. Your expectations can become even stronger when an image supports more than one reasonable interpretation. In ambiguous pictures, the visual information itself may remain unchanged while your experience suddenly flips. A drawing can appear to be one animal and then another, or a shape can seem to face toward you and then away from you. Nothing on the page moves. What changes is the interpretation imposed upon it. Once someone tells you what alternative image to look for, it can become difficult not to see it, because knowledge has altered the set of possibilities your brain considers. One of the most dramatic demonstrations is the hollow mask illusion. When you look at the inside of a hollow face mask, the surface can appear to bulge outward towards you, even though it is physically concave. Your visual system has enormous experience with ordinary human faces, and nearly every face you have encountered has projected outward rather than inward. That expectation can become powerful enough to compete with depth information telling you something unusual is happening. The illusion is not proof that expectation always defeats sensory evidence. Move around the mask, add stronger depth cues, or inspect it carefully enough, and the physical structure can become easier to recognize. But it demonstrates that perception is a negotiation between what arrives and what is probable. Lighting creates similar problems. The amount and color of light reaching your eyes from an object can change dramatically from morning sunlight to indoor illumination, Yet you generally continue to recognize the object as having roughly the same surface color. Your visual system tries to account for illumination so that a white shirt does not seem to become an entirely different object every time you enter a shadow. Usually this correction is incredibly useful, but when an image contains uncertain lighting cues, different assumptions about the light source can lead different people toward different color judgments. The famous photograph of a dress that some people experienced as blue and black, while others experienced as white and gold, became memorable precisely because it exposed this hidden calculation. The disagreement was not simply a matter of people refusing to accept the same photograph. The image contained ambiguous information about illumination, and different visual systems appeared to make different assumptions about what kind of light needed to be discounted. Once again, the brain was trying to solve a problem rather than passively reporting pixels. Expectations can also be trained. An experienced radiologist may notice patterns in a medical image that are meaningless to an untrained observer. A bird watcher can distinguish species that look almost identical to you. A mechanic may glance beneath a hood and immediately recognize that something is out of place. Their eyes are not necessarily receiving fundamentally different light. Years of learning have changed what patterns their brains know how to search for, and how quickly those patterns acquire meaning. This is one reason expertise can make the same environment seem richer. Learning changes what becomes perceptually important, but the same mechanism can also mislead. If you strongly expect a particular object to appear, ambiguous evidence can be interpreted in its direction. If you enter a dark building already convinced that someone is inside, an ordinary shadow may suddenly seem suspicious. Fear changes the possibilities your brain considers plausible. So can desire, familiarity, culture, and repeated experience. This does not mean that you can simply believe anything into visual existence, nor does it mean objective reality disappears whenever expectations change. Strong sensory evidence usually corrects mistaken interpretations. The coat becomes a coat when you turn on the light. The strange figure becomes a tree when you approach it. Perception is constrained by the world, but those constraints leave room for inference whenever the evidence is incomplete, noisy, unfamiliar, or ambiguous. And that is the part of seeing you rarely notice. You feel as though recognition happens after looking. First the world appears, then you decide what it contains. In reality, those stages are deeply intertwined. What you have learned helps determine what stands out. What you expect helps determine which interpretation wins. What happened a moment ago influences what seems likely to happen next. A lifetime of experience is quietly present every time your eyes open. This is why two people can look at the same uncertain image and sincerely report different experiences without either one consciously choosing what to see. Their brains arrive carrying different histories. Perhaps the most useful consequence of knowing this is not to distrust your senses, but to become slightly less certain about your first interpretation when the evidence is weak. Sometimes the thing that seems obvious is obvious because the world made it so. Sometimes it seems obvious because your mind completed an uncertain pattern using the answer it expected to find. Most of the time, that ability is one of perception's greatest strengths. It allows you to recognize objects under poor lighting, understand incomplete scenes, navigate unfamiliar places, and extract meaning from imperfect information with astonishing speed. But occasionally, the same machinery reveals its fingerprints, and for a moment you can feel the difference between what entered your eyes and what your mind decided it must mean. Then an ordinary shadow becomes a coat again, an impossible face dissolves back into a cloud, an ambiguous picture suddenly becomes something entirely different, and you are reminded that seeing has never been a simple act of opening your eyes. It is an interpretation built from the meeting of the world outside you and the expectations already waiting within. You can see things that aren't there. Your eyes can be wide open, the room can be perfectly real, and something that has no physical source at all can still appear inside your visual world. A flash may spark at the edge of your vision when no light has changed. Geometric shapes can shimmer across a migraine aura, even though nothing in front of you contains those patterns. Some people with severe loss of vision have watched detailed faces, animals, buildings, or entire scenes appear in empty space, while remaining fully aware that what they are seeing cannot actually be there. These experiences reveal something important about vision that is easy to misunderstand. Seeing does not require an object outside you every single time. Normally, light begins the process, but the final visual experience depends on electrical activity distributed across the retina, visual pathways, and brain. If parts of that system become active for another reason, the resulting activity can sometimes be experienced as light, shape, movement, or even a recognizable object. You can experience a very simple version of this yourself without anything mysterious happening. Close your eyes and gently press near the side of one eyelid, without pressing hard enough to cause discomfort, and you may notice spots or rings of light. These are called phosphenies. No glowing object has suddenly appeared inside your eyelid. Mechanical stimulation can activate cells in the visual system, and the brain interprets that activity using the only language those pathways normally speak: vision. Similar flashes can occur when the retina is mechanically stimulated in other ways. Although new or persistent flashes in everyday life can also accompany eye problems and should not simply be dismissed as an illusion. What is remarkable is the principle beneath the phenomenon. The brain does not receive a message saying, "This electrical activity was produced by pressure rather than by light." It receives activity arriving through visual circuits, and visual activity tends to be experienced visually. Migraine aura provides a more dramatic example. For some people, a migraine is preceded or accompanied by expanding zigzag patterns, shimmering arcs, patches of missing vision, or shapes that seem to move slowly across the visual field. These patterns may occur even without a severe headache. Their source is not an object floating in front of the eyes, but unusual waves of activity moving across parts of the cortex involved in vision. Because neighboring regions of visual cortex correspond roughly to neighboring regions of visual space, activity spreading across the cortex can create the experience of a pattern expanding across what you see. The geometry can be so vivid that people experiencing their first aura sometimes fear that something has happened to the outside world, when the event is actually being generated within their nervous system. Yet perhaps the most extraordinary example appears in people whose vision has been greatly reduced. A condition called Charles Bonnet syndrome can cause people with significant visual impairment to see images that are not physically present. These can be simple patterns, but they can also be astonishingly elaborate. Unfamiliar faces, rows of people, animals, landscapes, buildings, or miniature figures. Crucially, many people experiencing Charles Bonnet hallucinations know that the images are not real. They are not necessarily confused, delusional, or experiencing a psychiatric disorder. Their visual system has lost some of its usual incoming information, and one leading explanation is that deprived visual networks become more spontaneously active, producing internally generated imagery that enters awareness as though it had arrived through the eyes. You can think of it less as the brain deliberately inventing a fantasy, and more as neural machinery continuing to operate when some of its normal input has grown quiet. Similar principles appear elsewhere in the nervous system. When ordinary sensory information is reduced, circuits do not simply switch off and wait in perfect silence. Neural systems contain ongoing activity, feedback, and spontaneous firing. Under certain conditions, that internal activity can become structured enough to create an experience. This is one reason hallucinations are scientifically more complicated than the popular idea of seeing something imaginary. A hallucination is not necessarily a voluntary mental picture. When you deliberately imagine a red apple, you usually know that you are imagining it, and the image rarely occupies the world with the same force as an object before you. A genuine visual hallucination can instead appear located in external space. It can have edges, movement, depth, color, and apparent presence. The person may even turn toward it automatically because, at the level of immediate experience, something genuinely seems to be visible. The absence is physical, not experiential. There may be no person standing beside the bed, no geometric lattice floating over the wall, no bright flash crossing the room. Yet the experience itself is occurring as a real event in the nervous system. This distinction also helps explain why hallucinations should not automatically be equated with severe mental illness. They can occur in many different settings, including neurological conditions, eye disease, migraines, fever, some medications, sleep transitions, sensory deprivation, and psychiatric disorders, with very different mechanisms and meanings depending on the situation. Even healthy people can occasionally experience brief, unusual visual phenomena without losing their ability to distinguish them from ordinary reality. The scientific question, then, is not simply why the brain sometimes makes things up. It is how neural activity becomes visual experience in the first place. If stimulating or disrupting different parts of the visual system can produce particular shapes, lights, colors, or scenes, then the experience of seeing must depend on patterns of neural activity rather than on light alone. External objects usually control those patterns remarkably well, which is why vision is so dependable in daily life. But the connection is not absolute. The machinery capable of representing a light can sometimes become active without light. The machinery capable of representing a face can sometimes produce a face without anyone standing there. And this creates an unusually intimate question about what you mean when you say something is visible. Usually the answer seems obvious. You see it because it exists before your eyes. But neuroscience reveals two separate facts hiding inside that simple statement. There is the question of whether something exists in the external world. And there is the question of whether your nervous system is generating the experience of seeing it. Most of your life, those two facts match so reliably that you never need to separate them. Occasionally, they come apart. A shimmer crosses empty space. A pattern grows where no pattern exists. A person with failing eyesight sees a vivid stranger sitting silently in an empty chair and knows somehow that the chair is empty even while the stranger remains visible. In those rare moments, vision exposes its deepest dependence not on the existence of an object, but on the activity of the system that represents one. And perhaps that is what makes these experiences so fascinating rather than merely frightening. They show that sight is not a substance carried into you from the outside. Light can trigger it, objects can guide it, and the world normally keeps it anchored to reality. But the actual experience appears only when living neural tissue turns activity into brightness, boundaries, distance, motion, and form. Sometimes that machinery can begin speaking without the world prompting it. And when it does, you discover that something does not have to exist in front of you in order for the experience of seeing it to be completely real inside you. Sometimes you feel a decision before it happens. Sometimes the strangest part of making a decision is realizing that the feeling of choosing may begin before you can explain what you have chosen. You reach for a glass, change the song, turn your head toward a sound, or suddenly decide to stand up. And the action feels as though it began with a clear command from a conscious you. But when neuroscientists have tried to locate the precise instant when a voluntary action begins, they have found something far less tidy. Long before your finger moves, populations of neurons involved in preparing movement can already be changing their activity. And only later do you become consciously aware of an intention to act. One of the most famous demonstrations came from experiments by Benjamin Libet and his colleagues in the 20th century. Participants were asked to make a simple movement whenever they felt like it, while watching a rapidly moving clock and reporting the moment they first became aware of the urge or intention to move. At the same time, electrical activity was recorded from the scalp. A slow build-up of activity, known as the readiness potential, often appeared before the reported moment of conscious intention. At first glance, this sounds like devastating evidence against conscious choice. Perhaps the brain has already decided what you will do, and consciousness arrives afterward to claim responsibility. That interpretation became famous because it is dramatic, but the science is considerably more interesting than the slogan. The readiness potential does not necessarily represent a completed hidden decision waiting to be announced. Later research has suggested that it may partly reflect fluctuations in neural activity that gradually accumulate until movement occurs. Especially in artificial laboratory tasks, where there is no meaningful reason to choose one moment rather than another. Imagine standing near the edge of a shallow wave pool. The water rises and falls irregularly, and eventually one wave reaches high enough to cross a line painted on the wall. Looking backward from the moment it crosses, you would see a gradual rise beforehand. But that does not mean the water had decided several seconds earlier that this particular wave would cross. Something similar may happen in the brain. Spontaneous neural fluctuations can drift toward a threshold, and when enough activity accumulates, an action becomes more likely. If researchers average many trials together by lining them up at the moment movement occurs, those noisy fluctuations can produce the smooth-looking build-up called the readiness potential. This matters because it changes the philosophical story. Instead of an unconscious brain secretly completing your decision before awareness arrives, the brain may be moving through a changing landscape of possibilities until one action becomes sufficiently prepared to occur. Conscious intention could emerge somewhere during that evolving process, rather than standing outside it and issuing a single command. Other experiments have pushed the question further. Brain imaging studies have sometimes detected patterns of activity that contain a small amount of information about which of two simple actions a person will eventually choose several seconds before the participant reports consciously deciding. But predict is an easy word to misunderstand here. Researchers cannot normally look at your brain and read your future with certainty. In many of these experiments, prediction is only modestly better than chance. The early signals may indicate a bias, tendency, or developing state rather than a fixed decision that can no longer change. Your brain can lean toward one action without being irrevocably committed to it. That distinction is enormous. Think about the familiar experience of almost speaking, almost reaching for your phone, almost sending a message, and then stopping. An impulse can become strong enough for you to feel its direction while still failing to become an action. Neuroscience increasingly treats voluntary behavior as a process with stages. Competing possibilities can develop. Motor systems can prepare, intentions can become consciously accessible, and the action can still be modified or cancelled. There may be no single magical millisecond in which a tiny executive inside your skull presses a button labeled Decide. The feeling of willing something may instead emerge from the coordinated activity of systems involved in goals, memory, motivation, attention, bodily state, and movement. This also explains why some decisions seem to arrive fully formed. You may spend 20 minutes thinking about whether to leave a party, noticing that you are tired, remembering tomorrow's responsibilities, calculating whether anyone will mind, and then suddenly experience the clean thought, I'm going home. Subjectively, the decision appears at that instant. Biologically, however, the conditions supporting it have been developing for much longer. Conscious awareness may receive the conclusion only after many quieter processes have already shifted the balance. This does not make the decision unreal. A conclusion reached by processes you cannot individually inspect is still produced by your brain, just as a sentence can be yours even though you did not consciously select every muscle movement required to pronounce it. The deeper difficulty comes from the way consciousness tells the story afterward. Humans are remarkably good at explaining their own actions, but the explanation you produce is not necessarily a transparent transcript of every process that caused them. You may genuinely say, I picked that seat because it was closer to the window, while subtle factors such as habit, social distance, previous associations, or bodily comfort also contributed without ever becoming part of the explanation. Your conscious reason can be real without being the whole causal history. This is why scientists are careful not to turn experiments about finger movements into sweeping claims that love, career choices, morality, or life-changing decisions are secretly determined seconds before you know them. Choosing when to flex a wrist in an empty laboratory is very different from spending weeks comparing two jobs or deciding whether to forgive someone. Meaningful decisions recruit memory, planning, emotional valuation, imagined consequences, and repeated reconsideration over much longer periods. The simple experiments are useful precisely because they isolate small components of voluntary action, not because they recreate the entire architecture of human freedom. And perhaps the most revealing lesson is that your sense of agency does not require consciousness to be the first event in every causal chain. You are not a spectator sitting somewhere behind your brain, waiting for neural machinery to deliver a decision made by somebody else. The activity developing before awareness is also part of you. The circuits preparing an action, the memories altering its value, the habits pulling in one direction, the goals pulling in another, and the conscious thought that eventually notices the conflict all belong to the same organism. The unsettling mistake may be imagining that there must be a separate inner commander who exists before all of them. Perhaps choosing feels mysterious because you are trying to observe a process from inside the very system performing it. By the time an intention becomes clear enough to say, "I am going to do this," much of its history is already hidden behind you. Yet the future is not necessarily settled. You can hesitate, you can reconsider, you can notice an urge and allow it to fade. You can build habits that change, which impulses become strong tomorrow. So when a decision seems to appear inside you a fraction of a moment before your hand follows it, you may be catching only the visible crest of a much deeper process. Beneath that small feeling of, "I choose," lies a conversation among countless neural systems, most of which will never speak directly into awareness. And instead of proving that you have no role in your own actions, that realization may invite a subtler question. If there is no single moment when the self begins deciding, perhaps the self is not the voice that announces the choice at the end. Perhaps it is the entire living process that slowly brings the choice into existence. You see the world in slices, not continuously. What feels like an unbroken river of vision may actually be built from countless brief windows in which your brain becomes more or less sensitive to what is happening around you. You do not experience darkness between these windows, and your sight does not literally flicker like an old film projector. So the phrase "seeing in slices" has to be handled carefully. Neuroscience does not show that the brain captures reality as a rigid sequence of photographic frames. What researchers have found is subtler and, in some ways, stranger. Neural activity rises and falls in repeating rhythms, and these rhythms appear to influence when a faint object is most likely to enter awareness, when attention is strongest at one location, and when information is most effectively processed. Even when you stare steadily at the same place, your ability to detect something can fluctuate from one fraction of a second to the next. One important rhythm involves what scientists call alpha activity, a pattern of brain activity commonly observed in visual regions when measured from the scalp. Alpha is not simply an idle background hum. Its phase, or where the brain happens to be within that repeating cycle, has been associated in experiments with whether a weak flash is detected or missed, present the same barely visible stimulus at different moments, and the physical stimulus can remain unchanged while the probability that a person reports seeing it changes. The remarkable implication is that there may be moments when the visual system is relatively receptive, and moments when it is relatively inhibited, alternating so quickly that subjectively they merge into a continuous world. Other rhythms have been linked to attention itself. When researchers ask people to monitor more than one location for an unpredictable target, performance can oscillate, as though attention is not spread with perfectly equal strength everywhere at once, but samples important places in rapid succession. Imagine standing at a busy intersection watching two directions for approaching bicycles. Your conscious experience tells you that you are monitoring both simultaneously, yet some experiments suggest the nervous system may rhythmically prioritize one source of information and then another, repeating the cycle faster than you can notice. This has sometimes been described as rhythmic attentional sampling. It would be misleading to picture a tiny spotlight mechanically jumping left, right on a fixed schedule, because neural rhythms are flexible and depend on the task, the person, and the state of the brain. Still, the larger idea is important. Attention may have a temporal structure. It can pulse. The brain may alternate between periods that favor gathering information and periods that favor processing what has already arrived. That possibility helps scientists make sense of something otherwise difficult to explain. Your nervous system is faced with an impossible amount of incoming activity. At any moment, countless edges, movements, contrasts, textures, and objects could compete for processing. Handling every signal with identical priority at every instant would be inefficient. Rhythmic coordination offers a potential solution. Groups of neurons can synchronize their periods of greater excitability, effectively creating recurring opportunities for information to pass through the system. Other networks can operate on different rhythms, and the timing between them can influence which signals gain access to further processing. Instead of one central clock controlling everything, the brain resembles an enormous collection of biological rhythms continuously coordinating and adjusting to one another. Scientists can see hints of this organization in several perceptual phenomena. Under certain conditions, a rapidly changing stimulus stops appearing as separate events and begins to look steady. A light that switches on and off sufficiently quickly can seem continuously illuminated because the visual system no longer resolves each individual change. This is known as flicker fusion, and the point at which fusion occurs is not universal. Brightness, location in the visual field, and other factors can alter it. The phenomenon does not prove that consciousness has a single frame rate. In fact, attempts to assign the brain a simple number of frames per second misunderstand how vision works. You can discriminate timing differently depending on what kind of visual event you are judging, and separate neural processes operate across different timescales. There is no biological equivalent of a camera setting hidden behind your eyes. Yet the fact that rapid events can merge, while neural sensitivity itself oscillates, shows that the smoothness you experience cannot be taken as evidence that perception is physically continuous in every underlying process. Another clue comes from ambiguous visual displays, in which the physical image remains fixed, while your conscious interpretation alternates. When two incompatible images are presented in a way that makes them compete for awareness, perception can spontaneously switch from one interpretation to another, even though nothing outside you has changed. Researchers studying such perceptual rivalry have found relationships between these switches and ongoing brain rhythms, suggesting that conscious contents may be organized partly by cycles of neural competition and coordination. What reaches awareness at one moment may therefore depend not only on what is present, but on the temporary state of the networks trying to represent it. This does not mean there are tiny blank spaces between conscious moments, nor does it mean you vanish and reappear several times every second. The brain is active continuously. Different processes overlap. Memory carries information forward, and neural activity from one moment influences what happens in the next. The slices are better understood as recurring periods of changing perceptual opportunity, rather than isolated snapshots separated by nothingness. And this distinction makes the phenomenon more fascinating, because your smooth experience may emerge precisely from processes that are not equally receptive at every instant. A melody offers a useful comparison. Music sounds continuous, even though it is composed of separate notes, pauses, rhythms, and changes in emphasis. You do not experience each note as an isolated universe, because your mind relates what is happening now to what came just before. Vision may achieve continuity through an even more intricate form of temporal integration, connecting activity across multiple overlapping intervals, until boundaries that matter to neurons disappear from conscious experience. You walk through a room and everything simply seems to remain there. There is no sensation of attention pulsing, neural populations becoming more or less excitable, or competing signals taking turns. All you receive is the result, a stable world. Yet beneath that stability, timing may be one of the hidden organizers of what becomes visible to you at all. At one moment, a faint event gains enough influence to be noticed. At another, an almost identical event disappears beneath the threshold of awareness. Your eyes may be pointed toward the same place. The world may offer almost the same information. What has changed is the state of the brain receiving it. And perhaps that is the most surprising lesson. Continuity may not require every part of perception to operate continuously. The feeling of an uninterrupted reality can emerge from a nervous system filled with pulses, cycles, and recurring windows of sensitivity, all woven together so smoothly that the seams never reach you. You do not watch life as a sequence of frozen photographs, but neither are you simply absorbing an endless visual stream with equal clarity at every instant. Somewhere between those extremes lies the living rhythm of perception. Not a film reel hidden in your skull, but a brain whose readiness to see is constantly rising and falling beneath a world that, to you, never seems to blink. You're not aware of most movements you make. Your body is correcting you almost constantly, yet most of those corrections never become thoughts. Even while you believe you are standing completely still, you are not truly motionless. Gravity is pulling on you. Your center of mass is shifting slightly. Your breathing moves the chest and abdomen. Pressure changes beneath your feet, and muscles around the ankles, legs, hips, trunk, and neck are continually adjusting to keep your body upright. When researchers measure quiet standing on a force platform, they can detect this natural postural sway even when people are trying deliberately to remain still. And studies have found that simply giving people conscious feedback about the sway does not allow them to eliminate it. The reason is that maintaining posture was never meant to be a task you consciously micromanage. Your nervous system continuously combines information about pressure under your feet, muscle stretch, joint position, head movement, and gravity, then changes muscle activity before you ever need to form a sentence such as, "Contract the left calf slightly now." If you had to consciously supervise every correction required to stand, walking across a room while holding a conversation would become almost impossible. And the hidden control becomes even more impressive the moment you intentionally move. Raise both arms quickly while standing, and your arms are not the only body parts involved. Moving their mass forward or upward threatens to disturb your balance, so muscles elsewhere can begin changing their activity in preparation for the disturbance. These are called anticipatory postural adjustments. Experiments using force platforms and muscle recordings have shown changes associated with stabilizing the body, beginning around the voluntary movement itself, sometimes before the arm has meaningfully accelerated. You experience one simple intention, perhaps reaching toward a cupboard, but the nervous system organizes a much larger event. Legs prepare to support the shift. The trunk helps manage the forces produced by the shoulder. Weight redistributes through the feet. Different strategies are selected depending on whether you are standing, sitting, holding a support, carrying additional weight, or positioned on an unstable surface. You are aware of the goal, but you are usually not aware of the detailed choreography that prevents the goal from knocking you off balance. This separation between conscious purpose and hidden motor control appears everywhere in ordinary life. Pick up a mug, and you may consciously think only about moving it toward your mouth. Yet the nervous system has to determine how much your fingers should close, how strongly they should press, how the wrist should orient, how the elbow and shoulder should cooperate, and how all of these actions should change as the mug becomes lighter while you drink. You do not send individual instructions to each muscle. Even the idea that movement consists of commanding one muscle after another would be hopelessly inefficient, because many muscles contain thousands of motor units and must cooperate with other muscles around several joints. Instead, the motor system works through coordinated patterns, combining high-level goals with lower-level control processes that handle much of the detail outside awareness. One of the quietest sources of this control is proprioception, the sensory information that tells the nervous system about the configuration and movement of your own body. Specialized receptors in muscles, tendons, joints, and skin continuously contribute information about limb position and mechanical change. You can sometimes bring proprioception into awareness. Close your eyes, raise your hand, and you still have a surprisingly good sense of where it is. But much of its most important work occurs without being experienced as a distinct sensation. The value of that hidden information becomes especially clear in rare people who have lost much of their proprioceptive input. Studies of such individuals show that reaching and grasping can become slower, more variable, and especially difficult to correct efficiently when visual guidance is unavailable, perturbations that healthy participants compensate for naturally, can become much harder to manage. What normally feels like effortless control then depends on a stream of bodily information you barely notice receiving. Your nervous system is constantly asking questions that consciousness never hears. Is the hand where it was expected to be? Did the finger encounter more resistance than predicted? Has the ankle begun to tilt? Is the load heavier than the last one? Does the movement need correction? And corrections can begin extraordinarily quickly. In laboratory-reaching experiments, researchers can suddenly shift a visual target while a person's hand is already moving. The hand can start redirecting toward the new location through rapid muscle responses, long before a careful conscious strategy could be planned. A 2026 experiment found an early muscle response beginning roughly 80 milliseconds after a target jump. Strikingly, a version of that response still appeared when participants had been instructed to ignore the jump or stop their reach, although conscious task instructions could reduce its strength. Earlier experiments likewise showed that these rapid reaching corrections can behave like a kind of highly automatic control process, while still being influenced by the person's overall intention. Your hand, in other words, does not always wait for the verbal part of your mind to notice an error before beginning to fix it. The motor system can detect a mismatch, recruit muscles, and alter a trajectory, while your conscious experience remains focused on the simple goal of touching the object. Balance operates in a similarly layered way. If the floor beneath you suddenly shifts, you do not calmly identify the direction of instability, choose the optimal muscles, calculate the required force, and then restore yourself. Automatic postural responses are shaped by the size of the disturbance, and even by how your feet are positioned, allowing the body to produce a response suited to its mechanical situation. Conscious control can influence what happens afterward. You might grab a railing, take a deliberate step, or decide to sit down. But the first battle against falling is often being fought by neural systems that do not need your permission to begin. Walking pushes this hidden coordination even further. With every step, one leg must support your weight while the other swings forward. The pelvis must remain controlled. The trunk must resist unwanted rotation. The arms tend to coordinate with the legs. The foot must adapt to the surface. And unexpected disturbances must be absorbed without stopping the entire sequence. You usually experience none of this as a list of commands. You experience a destination. You decide to cross the room, and an astonishing amount of motor organization disappears beneath that simple intention. This is why a familiar movement can suddenly feel bizarre when you try to consciously control every piece of it. Think too carefully about exactly how your foot should land while walking down a familiar staircase, or try to supervise every finger movement while typing a word you know well, and an action that normally flows can become awkward. Skill often involves transferring more and more of the detailed control away from conscious attention, allowing practiced neural systems to handle patterns that once demanded concentration. A beginner learning to play a piano chord thinks about individual fingers. An experienced player may think about the phrase. A child learning to walk struggles with balance. An adult can walk while discussing something completely unrelated. The disappearance of conscious effort is not evidence that nothing complicated is happening. It is evidence that the complication has become efficiently organized beneath awareness. And this is where the subject becomes quietly philosophical. You tend to identify yourself with the part of the mind that speaks, plans, notices, and says, "I am moving my hand." But the moving organism is much larger than that narration. Your body stabilizes itself before a reach, corrects errors during motion, regulates grip while objects shift, senses limb position without sight, and responds to lost balance before you have time to describe what went wrong. None of this means that conscious intention is useless, or that you are somehow separate from the machinery doing the work. The automatic systems are not another creature controlling your body from below. They are you as well. Older, faster layers of nervous organization cooperating with the deliberate processes you notice more easily. Consciousness seems especially valuable for setting goals, responding to unfamiliar situations, changing strategies, learning new skills, and overriding behavior when automatic routines are no longer appropriate. But once a goal has been established, much of the journey toward it can be delegated. Perhaps that is why movement feels so simple from the inside. You decide to stand, reach, walk, drink, turn, or catch, and the enormous biological negotiation underneath is hidden from view. Right now, as you listen to these words, your muscles are maintaining your posture, your joints are shifting by tiny amounts, your body is resisting gravity, and corrections are being made that may never become part of your conscious story. You notice the destination while the nervous system handles much of the road. And the next time you rise from a chair and walk across a room without thinking about how, it may be worth noticing how strange that ordinary miracle really is. What feels like one movement is actually a vast coordinated performance, and the part of you that says "I did that" witnessed only a fraction of the work. The voice in your head can speak without your intent. A sentence can appear inside your mind before you have any sense of having written it. You may be washing dishes when a forgotten phrase suddenly surfaces, lying in bed when your mind begins rehearsing tomorrow's conversation without being asked, or reading quietly when an unrelated comment seems to interrupt from somewhere inside you. Remember to send that message. Why did you say that yesterday? What if this goes wrong? The experience is so familiar that it is easy to assume you must be deliberately producing every word. Yet inner speech is not always a consciously initiated act. Human thought can generate language spontaneously, and the systems responsible for producing, predicting, remembering, and evaluating words continue operating even when you are not intentionally trying to talk to yourself. Inner speech is the term researchers often use for the experience of words occurring mentally without being spoken aloud, but it is not a single uniform phenomenon. Sometimes you deliberately use it, perhaps silently repeating a phone number, planning what you are going to say, or telling yourself to stay calm. At other times, it arrives on its own. A phrase intrudes, a fragment of a song repeats, an imagined argument begins running without permission. Your own name seems to appear in thought. The difference matters because conscious intention and mental language are not identical processes. Much of language production normally happens beneath awareness even during ordinary conversation. When you speak aloud, you do not consciously search your entire vocabulary, select every grammatical rule, calculate the exact movements of the tongue, and then assemble a sentence one word at a time. An intention such as "explain what happened" is enough for an enormous linguistic system to begin producing structure automatically. Words compete for selection, meanings activate related meanings, grammar organizes them, and speech plans are prepared largely outside awareness. Inner speech can recruit portions of this same machinery without completing the final step of producing sound. It is as if the language system can run internally, generating a sentence that consciousness encounters only after much of the construction has already occurred. This is one reason an unexpected thought can genuinely surprise you. If conscious awareness had deliberately authored every detail beforehand, surprise would make little sense. Instead, associations are constantly being activated by what you have recently seen, remembered, feared, wanted, or heard. One idea activates another, sometimes through connections so indirect that the result seems to come from nowhere. Smelling a particular food may eventually produce the name of someone you knew years ago. A word in a conversation may awaken the beginning of a childhood song minutes later. A minor social mistake may return at midnight as a perfectly phrased sentence you wish you had said at the time. The chain that produced the thought can remain invisible, even though its final verbal form becomes vividly conscious. This is especially noticeable during mind wandering, when attention loosens from the immediate task and the brain begins moving through memories, possible futures, unfinished goals, social situations, and imagined conversations. You may begin by thinking about tomorrow's appointment and seconds later, find yourself mentally arguing with someone about an event from 5 years ago, with no clear memory of how you traveled between the two. The voice did not need a deliberate invitation because the mind is not silent whenever you stop directing it. It continues generating material. Researchers studying spontaneous thought have found that everyday consciousness naturally shifts between deliberate and less deliberate forms of thinking. and inner speech can be part of both. Yet there is another important fact that complicates the familiar idea of a universal voice in the head. People differ enormously in how much inner speech they report. Some describe a nearly continuous verbal commentary. Others experience inner words only occasionally and rely more heavily on images, feelings, spatial representations, or abstract thought that does not feel verbal at all. So having spontaneous inner speech is normal, but not having a constant internal narrator is also normal. Even for the same person, inner experience can change from moment to moment. You might think in words while planning an email, in images while remembering a room, and in almost wordless emotional impressions while recognizing that something feels wrong. The internal voice is therefore not consciousness itself. It is one tool the brain can use to organize experience, and when that tool becomes active spontaneously, the content is not automatically meaningful simply because it arrived without intention. This is particularly important with intrusive thoughts. A disturbing sentence can suddenly appear in the mind that contradicts everything you value. An insult you would never say, an image of doing something dangerous, an inappropriate phrase in a solemn situation. People sometimes become frightened by such thoughts because they assume that producing a thought means secretly wanting it. But unwanted intrusive thoughts are common, and the appearance of mental content does not by itself reveal intention, character, or desire. In fact, trying aggressively not to think a particular thought can sometimes make it more noticeable, because monitoring whether the forbidden thought has returned requires the mind to keep checking for it. Tell yourself not to think about a particular word, and part of your attention must continue representing that word in order to know whether you have succeeded. The result can feel almost paradoxical. The more firmly you demand silence from the internal voice, the more often it seems to interrupt. Normally, however, spontaneous inner speech still feels recognizably yours. You may not have chosen the sentence, but it has the quality of thought rather than an external sound. This distinction helps separate ordinary inner speech from auditory verbal hallucinations, in which a person can experience a voice with a much stronger sense of independence, location, or external reality. Such experiences can occur in several psychiatric and neurological conditions, and sometimes in people without a psychiatric diagnosis, and scientists are still investigating why internally generated verbal activity sometimes loses its ordinary feeling of self-generation. One influential line of research examines how the brain predicts the sensory consequences of its own actions. When you speak aloud, motor systems involved in producing speech can send predictive information that helps the auditory system recognize the resulting voice as self-generated. This is part of a broader principle called corollary discharge or efference copy. The nervous system can use information about its own commands to distinguish changes caused by you from changes caused by the outside world. Similar mechanisms help explain why you cannot tickle yourself as effectively as another person can. The predicted sensation is processed differently because the brain knows it is coming. Scientists have explored whether disruptions in self-monitoring systems like these could contribute to some experiences in which internally generated verbal material feels as though it belongs to someone else. Although hallucinations are complex and cannot be reduced to one mechanism, for everyday thought, the more modest lesson is already strange enough. Authorship is not the same as deliberate initiation. A thought can be produced by your brain and still arrive unexpectedly. You can be both the source of a sentence and the person surprised to hear it internally. This may be why the inner voice sometimes feels like a companion you never invited, commenting on what you are doing, replaying old scenes, testing possible conversations, criticizing, encouraging, warning, joking, and occasionally producing complete nonsense. It is tempting to imagine a tiny speaker hidden somewhere behind your forehead, but there is no single narrator sitting at a microphone. Inner speech emerges from interacting systems involved in language, memory, attention, emotion, and self-monitoring. And those systems do not wait for a conscious executive to approve every sentence. What reaches awareness is often the finished fragment, rather than the invisible activity that produced it. And perhaps this changes the way you can listen to your own mind. Not every sentence that appears deserves obedience. Not every unwanted phrase is a confession. Not every spontaneous thought contains a hidden truth. Some are useful plans. Some are memories asking for attention. Some are habits of language. Some are emotional echoes. And some are simply associations passing through a brain that never truly stops generating possibilities. You may not choose the first words that appear inside you, but you can still decide which ones deserve examination, which ones deserve action, and which ones can be allowed to fade without becoming part of your story. The voice in your head can speak before you call on it, but that does not make it a mysterious stranger living inside you. It reveals something more subtle. Your mind is larger than the narrow region of thought you consciously direct. And sometimes you discover what it has been doing only when a sentence rises from that hidden activity and quietly introduces itself. You hear words that weren't said. A sound can be missing from a sentence, replaced by noise, and your mind may still swear that you heard it clearly. This is one of the strangest features of speech perception. Listening is not a process in which your ears simply capture every spoken sound and your brain files them away in order. Human speech is too fast, too variable, and too often contaminated by background noise for that strategy to work reliably. People swallow syllables, merge sounds together, speak with different accents, change pitch, shorten words, talk over traffic, and continue speaking while doors close or dishes crash nearby. Yet most of the time you understand them with astonishing ease. One reason is that your auditory system is capable of reconstructing pieces of speech that never actually reached your ears. A classic demonstration is known as phonemic restoration. In experiments, researchers remove a tiny speech sound from a recorded sentence and replace that moment with something like a cough or a burst of noise. Listeners often report hearing the missing speech sound anyway, as though the speaker had pronounced the complete word underneath the interruption. They may even struggle to identify exactly where the sound was removed. The brain has not recovered hidden audio buried beneath the cough. The information simply is not there. Instead, it uses the surrounding word, sentence, grammar, and acoustic pattern to infer what most likely occupied the gap, and the inference can become part of the experience itself. This ability is remarkably practical. Imagine someone saying, "Please close the win," just as a plate drops in another room. You probably do not experience a meaningless fragment followed by a separate crash, and then begin solving a linguistic puzzle. If the sentence strongly supports window, the missing portion can feel almost seamlessly restored. Speech comprehension depends on this because spoken language is not naturally separated into neat blocks. When you look at written English, spaces show you where one word stops and the next begins. Spoken language contains no equivalent set of visible spaces. In ordinary conversation, words flow into one another. Sounds influence neighboring sounds, and some sounds are weakened or omitted entirely. Your brain has to discover boundaries while the sentence is already moving forward. It draws on vocabulary, grammar, timing, and knowledge of how speech sounds normally fit together. This can produce an experience that feels more precise than the acoustic signal actually was. Scientists have shown that the identity of an ambiguous sound can even be pulled toward a meaningful word by the sounds around it. If part of a spoken word lies somewhere between two possible phonemes, the lexical context can influence which one listeners report hearing. Language therefore works partly as a constraint system. Thousands of theoretically possible sound combinations are reduced to the small set that would make sense in that particular word and sentence. Your brain is not freely inventing whatever it wants. It is making a tightly constrained guess from the evidence it has. And when the evidence is strong enough, the guess can feel indistinguishable from hearing. Vision can influence this process too, sometimes so powerfully that it changes the speech sound you believe entered your ears. In the famous McGurk effect, a video of a person producing one syllable is paired with the audio of a different syllable. Many listeners do not simply hear the recorded sound. They perceive a third sound, or a sound shifted toward what the mouth appears to be saying. The ears received one acoustic signal, but the visual movements of the lips and jaw changed the final percept. This makes sense once you remember how often real conversation occurs in imperfect conditions. Watching a speaker's mouth can help you understand speech in a noisy restaurant, because visual information about articulation narrows the possible sounds. Usually the senses cooperate and improve accuracy. The illusion appears when experimenters deliberately force them to disagree. Your brain then faces two conflicting sources and tries to construct the most coherent interpretation it can. That construction can produce a syllable that was never present in the audio recording. There are equally revealing examples in ordinary life. Song lyrics are frequently misheard because singing distorts pronunciation, stretches vowels, masks consonants with instruments, and removes many of the cues that normally make speech easy to segment. Once you learn the correct lyric, it can suddenly become almost impossible to hear the mistaken version again, even though the recording has not changed. Conversely, if someone suggests an alternative phrase that fits the same ambiguous sound pattern, you may briefly hear that instead. These misheard lyrics are sometimes called mondegreens, and they demonstrate how the brain converts uncertain sound into familiar words, rather than leaving every ambiguous fragment unresolved. The same thing happens when someone speaks quietly from another room. You may confidently answer a question they never asked, because a few recognizable sound fragments were enough for your language system to construct a plausible sentence. Only when they repeat themselves do you realize how much of the first version came from you. Background noise makes these effects even more noticeable. In a crowded room, the acoustic signal reaching your ears can be incomplete and overlapping, yet knowing the topic of conversation dramatically improves understanding. If everyone has been discussing travel and someone says a partially masked sentence about a flight, you are more likely to resolve uncertain sounds into travel-related words than into equally possible sounds with no connection to the discussion. This is not laziness, it is computational efficiency. The brain uses context because speech would otherwise be painfully fragile. Every passing car, cough, dropped object, or momentary loss of attention could destroy comprehension. Instead, language perception is built to tolerate damage. It restores, combines, narrows, and sometimes commits to an interpretation before the acoustic evidence is perfect. But that efficiency creates a consequence that becomes important whenever words really matter. Confidence in what you heard is not proof that every sound was physically spoken. In tense conversations, poor phone connections, crowded spaces, courtrooms, classrooms, or arguments, an ambiguous word can be reconstructed incorrectly and still feel completely clear. Two people can sincerely disagree about what was said because each nervous system resolved the same degraded sound differently. Neither person needs to be lying. Once the auditory system has settled on a plausible interpretation, you usually experience the result rather than a warning label announcing which pieces were uncertain. This is why asking someone to repeat an important sentence is sometimes wiser than trusting the feeling of clarity produced the first time. And there is a deeper reason this phenomenon matters. Spoken language reaches you as pressure waves in air, but meaning does not exist in those waves by itself. The waveform contains patterns from which the nervous system extracts speech sounds, words, and relationships, using knowledge accumulated across years of listening. Somewhere between vibration and understanding, uncertainty has to be resolved. Most of the time, your brain resolves it so accurately that you never realize anything was missing. A consonant vanishes beneath a cough and returns in experience. A mouth movement changes a syllable. A badly sung phrase becomes a completely different sentence. A fragment heard through a wall turns into words that no one actually spoke, and still you feel that you simply heard them. Perhaps that is the quiet surprise hidden inside every conversation. Hearing a sentence is not the same as receiving a perfect recording of it. Your ears provide evidence, but language is completed by a system that has spent a lifetime learning what sounds belong together. Usually that system rescues meaning from noise. Occasionally it rescues meaning that was never there. And in those moments, you discover that silence can contain a phoneme. Noise can conceal a word that your brain supplies for itself, and the sentence you remember hearing may be partly a creation of the listener who was trying, with remarkable speed, to understand. Your focus creates a tunnel. Most of the world disappears. You can stare directly at something extraordinary and still have no conscious experience of seeing it. That sounds like a contradiction, because we usually imagine attention as an extra layer added on top of vision. First you see the whole scene, then you choose which part to concentrate on. But the brain often works in almost the opposite way. What reaches your eyes and what reaches your awareness are not the same thing, and focused attention acts like a gate that gives some information priority while allowing much of the rest to remain surprisingly weak, vague, or completely unnoticed. Psychologists call one dramatic consequence inattentional blindness. In a famous experiment, people were asked to watch a group passing basketballs and carefully count particular passes. During the task, an unexpected person in a gorilla costume walked directly through the scene, stopped in the middle, and continued across the screen. A remarkable number of viewers failed to notice the gorilla at all. Their eyes were functioning. The gorilla was large, visible, and present for several seconds. Nothing was hidden. The viewers simply had a demanding goal, and information unrelated to that goal often failed to become consciously reportable. This is different from failing to notice that something changed between two moments. Here, the unexpected object can be present continuously while you are looking at the scene, yet attention is occupied elsewhere. The result reveals an uncomfortable limit. Visibility does not guarantee awareness. Your nervous system receives far more information than consciousness can treat with equal importance. So attention behaves like a selection mechanism. When you search a crowded desk for your keys, the color, position, shape, and identity of other objects do not all receive the same processing. Features relevant to the search become more important. When you read a difficult paragraph, the movements of people at the edge of your vision may become less noticeable. When you follow complicated directions through traffic, you can become intensely concentrated on signs, lanes, and navigation, while other details that would normally attract you lose priority. Researchers often describe this using the idea of limited attentional capacity. This does not mean the brain possesses one tiny bucket of attention that literally empties. It means that processing demanding information has costs. A difficult task recruits resources for maintaining goals, selecting relevant signals, suppressing distractions, and deciding what deserves a response. As the demands increase, fewer irrelevant events may receive enough processing to interrupt you. This principle is sometimes called perceptual load. When the main task requires substantial perceptual processing, distracting information can have less influence because more of the system is occupied with what matters to the current goal. Under lighter conditions, irrelevant stimuli may intrude more easily. The tunnel therefore changes width. It is not permanently narrow. It tightens and relaxes depending on what you are doing, how difficult the task is, how tired you are, what you expect to find, and how important competing signals seem. Your eyes themselves reveal how misleading the feeling of complete awareness can be. Eye tracking studies show that looking toward an object is not identical to attending to it. You can fixate on a location while mentally concentrating on something else, and information near the center of gaze can still fail to become meaningful enough for later report. The opposite is also possible. You can direct attention toward a region without moving your eyes there, something researchers call covert attention. Imagine keeping your eyes fixed on the final word of the sentence while becoming aware of something slightly to its side. Your gaze remains still, but your attentional priority shifts. Seeing, looking, and attending are related processes, yet they are not interchangeable. This matters because you normally judge your awareness by where your eyes were pointed. After an event, you may think, "I was looking right at it, so I would have noticed." Neuroscience gives you no such guarantee. The brain must decide which parts of the incoming scene deserve deeper processing, and that decision depends heavily on your goals. Attention can even reshape activity in visual areas before the important object appears. If you are told to watch a particular location because a faint target is likely to emerge there, Neural processing related to that region can be enhanced in advance. You are not merely responding after an event arrives. The brain prepares certain channels to become more influential than others. This is extremely useful. A hunter searching for movement among leaves, a surgeon watching a particular anatomical structure, an airport screener inspecting an image, or a goalkeeper waiting for a penalty kick all benefit from directing processing toward information that matters. Without selective attention, every movement, color, sound, reflection, and background object would compete more equally for control of behavior. Concentration would collapse beneath the weight of the environment. The price of selection is exclusion. When one signal becomes important, another may become almost invisible to awareness. Yet attention is not a perfectly obedient tunnel. Certain events are especially good at breaking through it. Sudden movement, an abrupt sound, a highly salient object, or something associated with danger can capture attention automatically. Your own name can sometimes pull you out of another conversation. A flashing brake light can interrupt a train of thought. These capture mechanisms exist because a system that ignored everything outside its current goal would be dangerous. But even striking events are not guaranteed entry when attention is heavily occupied, and this has serious consequences outside laboratories. In driving studies, demanding secondary tasks can reduce awareness of unexpected hazards, even when drivers continue looking toward the road. This is one reason eyes on the road is necessary, but not sufficient for safe driving. Cognitive engagement matters too. A person can maintain visual fixation while attention is partly consumed by a complicated conversation or mental task. The road is entering the eyes, but not every relevant event is receiving equal access to awareness. The same principle operates in less dangerous settings. You can search for one person in a crowd and walk past someone you know. You can become absorbed in writing and fail to notice that a room has grown quiet. You can listen intensely to one instrument in a song and suddenly discover another layer that had been present during every previous listen. Nothing new was added to the recording. Your attentional filter changed, and with it, the world you consciously experienced. This is why attention can make reality feel richer or poorer without altering reality itself. The environment remains full, but your access to it is selective. And that selectivity is not a defect you can simply train away. Expertise can improve what you know to look for. Meditation can alter how attention is deployed, and practice can make some tasks less demanding, but no human brain becomes an unlimited observer. To notice one thing is often to make other things less available. Perhaps the unsettling part is how little warning accompanies this loss. You do not usually feel the unattended world becoming blurry inside consciousness. You do not see dark curtains closing around your focus. The excluded information simply fails to become part of the experience you later remember. Your awareness still feels broad and complete because you have no direct experience of the things that never entered it. And this may be why attention produces such confidence. You know what you noticed, but you cannot inspect the contents of what you failed to notice, because failure itself leaves so little trace. So the next time you become deeply absorbed in a task and suddenly realize that someone has been standing nearby, that music has been playing for minutes, or that an obvious object was somehow outside your awareness, you are not discovering that your senses switched off. You are discovering what focus actually costs. Attention gives you depth by sacrificing breadth. It allows one fragment of the world to become clear enough to think about, act upon, and remember, while countless other fragments remain outside the narrow doorway of conscious priority. You feel as though you are standing inside the entire scene, but awareness is always choosing a smaller world within it, and perhaps concentration is powerful precisely because, for a little while, everything you are not attending to is allowed to become almost nothing at all. When two sounds are simultaneous, you hear them in sequence. Two sounds can reach you so close together that the physical world has already finished producing them before your brain has decided which one came first. Imagine hearing two sharp clicks from different places in a dark room, one near your left side, another near your right. If the gap between them is comfortably large, the order feels obvious, but squeeze that interval down far enough and something strange happens. You may still detect that two events occurred, yet become uncertain about their sequence. On one trial, you might swear the left click came first, and on another, nearly identical trial, you may report the right one. If the sounds are close enough in time, they can even seem simultaneous. So the scientific reality is slightly more interesting than saying the brain always turns simultaneous sounds into a sequence. When acoustic events occur very close together, your auditory system has to construct their temporal relationship, and that construction has limits. Researchers study this using temporal order judgment tasks, where listeners hear brief sounds separated by tiny intervals and must identify which occurred first. The nervous system is surprisingly sensitive to timing, but it does not contain a perfect stopwatch that labels every sound with an exact conscious timestamp. Detecting that two sounds are different events can require less temporal separation than confidently identifying their order, and the threshold changes depending on the type of sound, where it comes from, how much attention you are paying, and whether the sounds are familiar. This creates a peculiar boundary in experience. There are intervals where your ears have registered enough difference for you to know that something happened twice, while your conscious mind cannot reliably say which event led and which followed. The reason is that auditory timing is not solved at a single point. Sound first reaches the two ears, where tiny differences in arrival time and intensity provide information about direction. The signals then travel through several stages of the auditory system, where neurons compare timing, frequency, location, and pattern. Some of these processes operate on intervals far smaller than anything you could consciously count. They help you locate a sound in space without making you consciously experience the microsecond differences between your ears. If someone claps to your right, the sound reaches the right ear slightly before the left. Yet you do not normally hear two separate claps in succession. You hear one clap located toward the right. The nervous system uses the timing difference as spatial information, rather than presenting it as a miniature delay. This alone reveals something important. The physical order in which signals arrive at your ears is not automatically the order you consciously hear. Your brain interprets timing according to what that timing is useful for. A related effect becomes obvious in ordinary rooms. When someone speaks, the sound reaches you directly. Then reflections arrive from the walls, floor, ceiling, furniture, and other surfaces. Physically, your ears are receiving multiple versions of the same event at slightly different moments. If every reflection became a separate conscious sound, conversation indoors would dissolve into a storm of rapid echoes. Instead, when the delays are short enough, the auditory system tends to group the direct sound and its early reflections into a single percept, dominated by the first arriving wavefront. This is part of what is known as the precedence effect. You usually experience one stable sound coming from the speaker's direction, rather than hearing the room repeat every syllable several times. Increase the delay sufficiently, however, and the later reflection separates perceptually into an echo. Nothing magical happens to the sound waves at that boundary. What changes is the way the auditory system groups events across time. Events close together are treated as belonging to one source. Events farther apart begin to acquire separate identities. This ability is essential because natural sound is filled with temporal overlap. A spoken word contains components that begin and fade at different moments. Music can contain a drum strike, a voice, and several instruments producing energy at once. A crowded street may send dozens of acoustic events into your ears during a single second. Your auditory system therefore has to solve two problems simultaneously. Which pieces of sound belong together, and in what order meaningful events occurred? Those problems are related but not identical. Context can influence the answer. If a sequence has a familiar rhythm, your brain can organize ambiguous timing more easily because it has expectations about where events belong. Attention matters too. When you deliberately listen for the first of two brief sounds, temporal discrimination can improve, while distraction or divided attention can make close events harder to order. The character of the sounds also matters. Two similar clicks are a different problem from a click followed by a tone, or two syllables that your brain already recognizes as language. This is why there is no single universal number representing the smallest time interval every human can consciously order. Auditory time has several scales, each serving a different purpose. At extremely fine scales, timing helps locate sounds and analyze their structure. At somewhat larger scales, it helps separate events and determine order. Across longer periods, it gives you rhythm, speech, melody, and the sense that one event follows another. Your experience combines all of these layers into what feels like one smooth auditory world. Language makes the importance of sequence especially clear. The difference between spoken sounds is sometimes contained not only in their frequencies, but in tiny differences in when parts of the sound begin. Your brain becomes exquisitely trained by the language you grow up hearing, learning which temporal distinctions carry meaning and which can safely be ignored. Yet conscious awareness does not expose all that timing work to you. You simply hear a word. Beneath that effortless recognition, neural systems are measuring transitions, grouping acoustic pieces, comparing them with learned categories, and deciding which sequence is most plausible. Occasionally, researchers create stimuli in which the timing is deliberately ambiguous, and the hidden process becomes visible through mistakes. A listener can correctly recognize both sounds, but reverse their order. The ears were not deaf to the events. The difficulty lies in turning extremely close neural events into a reliable conscious timeline. That distinction is worth remembering, because you often assume that the order you experience must be a direct copy of the order in the world. Usually it is close enough to guide you perfectly well. But the brain is not obligated to preserve every physical delay as a conscious delay. Sometimes it turns a difference in arrival time into location. Sometimes it fuses a reflection with its source. Sometimes it knows two events occurred, but cannot confidently decide which came first. And sometimes, once enough separation appears, the sequence suddenly becomes obvious. Your sense of before and after, therefore, has a biological resolution. It is not infinitely precise. Somewhere beneath the smooth flow of sound, the nervous system is constantly grouping moments, comparing them, and deciding when one acoustic event deserves to become two. So when two clicks arrive almost together and you hesitate over which led, you are not merely failing a simple listening test. You are standing at the edge of one of perception's hidden boundaries, where physical time is finer than conscious order. The world has already produced its sequence. Your brain is still deciding how that sequence should feel. You can smell something that isn't present. A smell can enter your awareness so vividly that you search the room for its source, only to discover that nothing around you is producing it. Some people suddenly smell smoke when nothing is burning, chemicals when no cleaner is nearby, something rotten in a perfectly normal room, or even a familiar perfume that no one else can detect. This phenomenon is called phantosmia, or a phantom smell, and it reveals something unusual about the sense of smell. An odor does not have to be physically present in the air for the brain to generate the experience of smelling it. Under ordinary conditions, odor molecules enter your nose and bind to receptors high inside the nasal cavity. Those receptors respond to different molecular features and send patterns of activity toward the olfactory bulb, and then into brain regions involved in identifying smells, attaching emotions to them, and linking them with memory. But what you consciously experience as coffee, smoke, rain, or someone's perfume is not stored inside the molecules themselves. The molecules trigger a neural pattern, and the brain gives that pattern meaning. If activity resembling part of that pattern arises without the usual external odor, the resulting experience can still feel completely real. This is why phantosmia is different from simply remembering how something smells. You can think about fresh bread and perhaps summon a faint impression of it. But a phantom odor may feel located in the room itself, as though there truly is smoke drifting through the air or something spoiled nearby. It can be brief or persistent, pleasant or unpleasant, although reports of burning, chemical, metallic, or rotten odors are especially common. There is another condition that sounds similar but is actually different: parosmia. With parosmia, an odor really is present, but it smells wrong. Coffee may suddenly smell like sewage. onions may smell chemical, or a familiar meal may acquire an unbearable burnt quality. Phantosmia means the smell has no matching external source. Parosmia means the source exists, but its perceived identity has been distorted. Both can appear after disruptions to the olfactory system, including some viral infections, because smell depends on a delicate relationship between receptor cells in the nose and the brain networks that learn to interpret their signals. If parts of that system are damaged and begin recovering unevenly, the pattern reaching the brain can become incomplete or abnormal. The brain then has to interpret a message that no longer resembles the one it learned over years of experience. This helps explain why smell disturbances can sometimes feel so bizarre. The problem is not simply that an odor becomes weaker. The identity itself can change. Phantom odors can also occur in other circumstances, including migraine, head injury, certain neurological conditions, and more rarely some forms of seizure activity involving brain areas connected with smell. That does not mean an occasional strange odor automatically signals something serious. Smell is vulnerable to temporary disturbances, and people can misidentify real environmental odors for many ordinary reasons. But a new phantom smell that repeatedly returns, persists, or appears alongside other unusual neurological symptoms is worth discussing with a medical professional rather than assuming it is merely imagination. What makes the phenomenon scientifically fascinating is how closely smell is tied to older emotional and memory systems in the brain. Olfactory pathways have unusually direct connections with regions involved in emotion and autobiographical memory, which helps explain why a single scent can suddenly recover an entire scene from years ago, with a force that a photograph sometimes cannot match. You smell a particular soap and find yourself mentally transported to your childhood bathroom. A certain food brings back a relative's kitchen. The odor of a hospital can revive anxiety before you have consciously remembered why. This relationship also means that the experience of smell is deeply shaped by learning. The same molecule can be interpreted differently depending on familiarity, culture, past associations, and context. A scent associated with comfort in one person can create disgust in another because the chemical stimulus is only the beginning of the experience. The brain adds history. Yet phantom smells demonstrate something more extreme than normal association. Here, the nervous system can apparently activate the perceptual experience without the external trigger that usually starts it. Researchers think this can involve abnormal activity at several possible levels of the olfactory system, rather than one universal mechanism. In some cases, the source may be closer to the nose and olfactory bulb. In others, it may involve central brain networks that interpret odor information. This is important because there is no single smell center where an odor simply lights up like a label. Smell emerges from communication between multiple regions, with one system helping identify the odor, another attaching emotional importance, and memory contributing what that smell has meant to you before. And smell is particularly vulnerable to uncertainty because odors themselves are complicated mixtures. The aroma of coffee contains hundreds of volatile compounds, yet you do not experience them as hundreds of separate chemicals. You experience one recognizable thing: coffee. Your brain learns a pattern and gives that pattern an identity. The same principle explains why experts such as perfumers and wine tasters can learn to separate components that most people experience only as a single blended aroma. Training changes what distinctions become meaningful. But when the olfactory system generates misleading activity, that pattern recognition machinery can work against you. A vague, abnormal signal may be interpreted as something familiar and important, and smoke is a particularly powerful interpretation because detecting burning has obvious survival value. If your brain concludes smoke, the experience naturally captures attention. You begin searching for a fire because ignoring a possible fire would be a terrible strategy. The fact that the odor has no physical source does not make the experience emotionally weak. Your body can respond to the perception itself. Disgust can reduce appetite. A burning smell can produce alarm. A familiar perfume can evoke sadness or comfort. In that sense, The nervous system responds to what it believes the smell represents, not to a chemical analysis proving that the source exists. This raises a curious question about where a smell actually lives. The odor molecules are outside you, but the experience of smokiness, sweetness, decay, or familiarity is produced inside the nervous system. Normally, those two worlds remain tightly linked, so you never need to distinguish them. Something releases molecules, you inhale them, and you smell the thing. Phantosmia briefly breaks that partnership. The experience arrives without the expected cause, and suddenly you can recognize that smelling and there being something to smell are two different facts. A room can contain no smoke, while smoke is nevertheless present in someone's conscious experience. Nothing supernatural has entered the air. The sensory system responsible for representing odor has produced a signal that awareness interprets using the same machinery it uses when a real odor is present. And perhaps this is what makes phantom smells so unsettling. Vision lets you close your eyes. Sound can sometimes be escaped by covering your ears. But smell feels intimate, almost invasive, because every breath seems to confirm that something must be physically surrounding you. When that certainty fails, you are reminded that your senses do not deliver reality as raw evidence. They deliver biological experiences created when external signals meet living neural systems. Most of the time, that relationship is astonishingly reliable, but occasionally the system speaks without the world giving it anything to say, and you can smell smoke in clean air, decay in an empty room, or a forgotten perfume carried by nothing at all. An odor with no object, but an experience that is real enough to make you turn your head and search for where it came from. You can mentally teleport to other times while awake. Without moving your body even an inch, you can leave the present so completely that for a few moments, another time begins to feel almost reachable. You might be sitting quietly at a table when the memory of a summer afternoon from childhood suddenly opens around you. The shape of a familiar room, the angle of sunlight, the sound of someone's voice, perhaps even the peculiar feeling of being the younger version of yourself who once stood there. A minute later, the same mind can travel in the opposite direction and place you inside a morning that has never happened. Imagining where you will be next year, what a conversation might sound like, or how it would feel to walk into a place you have not yet visited. Neuroscientists sometimes call this capacity mental time travel, and it is far more specific than simply thinking about the past or future. Episodic memory allows you to reconstruct particular events from your personal history with a sense that you were there, while episodic future thinking allows you to construct possible personal events and experience a kind of preview of being there later. Neither process moves you through physical time, of course. The remarkable part is that the brain can temporarily detach your conscious perspective from the immediate surroundings and organize information around another moment entirely. The hippocampus, a structure deep within the brain that is crucial for episodic memory, plays an important role in this ability. For many years, it was mainly associated with remembering what had already happened. But studies of people with severe hippocampal damage revealed something unexpected. Some of these individuals not only struggled to reconstruct detailed personal memories, but also had difficulty imagining rich, coherent future experiences. Asked to picture themselves lying on a tropical beach or attending a future event, they could sometimes provide isolated facts, but struggled to build the spatially organized, vivid scenes that healthy participants produced. That finding helped change how scientists thought about memory. Perhaps the brain did not evolve an episodic memory system merely to preserve the past like an archive. Perhaps one of its greatest advantages is that stored fragments of experience can be recombined to simulate what might happen next. Remembering where you once found food, who betrayed your trust, how a journey unfolded, or what happened after a particular mistake becomes enormously useful if those details can be rearranged into predictions. The past becomes raw material for possible futures. Brain imaging research supports this connection. Remembering personal events and imagining future ones recruit overlapping networks that include the hippocampus and regions across what is often called the default mode network, a collection of brain areas frequently active during internally directed thought. But the future you construct is not simply a replay with the date changed. Suppose you imagine having dinner next weekend at a restaurant you have never visited. Your mind might borrow the face of the friend you expect to meet, the layout of another restaurant, the lighting from somewhere else, knowledge about the neighborhood, the emotional tone of previous dinners, and assumptions about what restaurants generally contain. None of those pieces alone represents next weekend. The brain combines them into a new event. This constructive ability is one reason humans can plan beyond the immediate moment. Before making a difficult decision, you can mentally inhabit several possible outcomes. You can imagine accepting the job and waking up in a different city, refusing it and remaining where you are, saying something difficult to another person, and watching possible reactions unfold. These simulations are imperfect, but they allow consequences to influence behavior before those consequences become real. Mental time travel therefore has practical value. It helps with planning, patience, navigation, social reasoning, and deciding whether a future reward is worth waiting for. It can even influence how much you value the future. Experiments on episodic future thinking have found that when people vividly imagine specific future events, their decisions about delayed rewards can sometimes shift, as though making the future more concrete gives that distant version of life greater psychological weight. Tomorrow stops being an abstract word and becomes a scene containing a version of you who will actually have to live with what you choose today. Yet this ability has an important limitation. A simulated future can feel detailed without being accurate. The brain cannot retrieve information from an event that has not occurred. It can only construct possibilities from what it knows now. You might imagine exactly how nervous you will feel before an important meeting and discover that the real event feels completely different. You may picture future happiness after achieving a goal and underestimate how quickly that new situation will become ordinary. Psychologists studying affective forecasting have repeatedly found that people can misjudge the intensity or duration of their future emotions. Your internal traveler is powerful, but it is not prophetic. It is a simulator working with incomplete information. The same system can also wander without an obvious purpose. During a quiet shower, a train ride, or a repetitive task, you may notice that your body remains in one place while your attention moves through yesterday, next week, an imaginary argument, a possible holiday, and a scene from school decades ago. Mind wandering often contains a remarkable amount of past and future-oriented material. The present is apparently not enough to occupy the human mind for very long. This might seem inefficient until you consider what such wandering can accomplish. An unfinished goal can reappear. A possible problem can be rehearsed. A social interaction can be reconsidered. A future route can be mentally tested before you travel it. The mind uses quiet moments as opportunities to move beyond what the senses currently demand. There is also something unusual about the perspective from which you perform this travel. When remembering an event, you may sometimes experience it from your original point of view, almost as though looking through your younger eyes, while at other times you may see yourself from the outside like a character in a scene. Future imagination can shift perspective in the same way. These changes show that the brain is not simply replaying a recording. It is building a model of an event and placing a version of you somewhere within it. The sense of self is carried across time as part of that construction. You know that the child in the remembered kitchen was you, despite the enormous physical and psychological changes since then. You assume that the older person inside an imagined future will also be you, even though that person does not yet exist in the form you are picturing. Mental time travel quietly stitches these versions together, giving your life a sense of continuity across moments that are never physically present at the same time. And this may be one of its deepest functions. An animal that exists only in the immediate moment can respond brilliantly to what is happening now. But a mind capable of leaving the present can live according to events that are absent. You can keep a promise because you imagine someone waiting tomorrow. You can tolerate discomfort because you picture a future result. You can miss someone who existed beside you years ago. You can prepare for a danger that has not arrived. Much of human civilization depends on this strange ability to let non-existent moments influence present behavior. Calendars, savings, education, long-term projects, apologies, anniversaries, and plans all require minds capable of treating another time as psychologically significant. Yet there is a gentle paradox hidden inside that power. The only moment in which you can physically act is the present, but your mind spends an extraordinary portion of life somewhere else. It visits what cannot be changed and rehearses what may never occur, carrying lessons in one direction and possibilities in the other. Sometimes this becomes rumination or worry, and the journey stops being useful. But at its best, mental time travel gives you something remarkable: the ability to learn from a world that is gone and prepare for a world that does not yet exist. You remain seated in the same chair, breathing the same air, surrounded by the same room. Yet within seconds, your awareness can stand beside a person you have not seen in 20 years, or enter a morning decades ahead. You have not escaped time. You have done something more human. You have taken fragments scattered across memory, knowledge, emotion, and imagination, and built a temporary place beyond the present, and for a moment, your mind allows you to live there. You might not remember if you did something or just imagined it. You can remember an event in surprising detail and still be wrong about the most important part, whether it ever happened outside your mind. Think of a small everyday moment. You intend to lock the door. Picture yourself turning the key, continue getting ready, and 10 minutes later suddenly wonder, did I actually lock it, or did I only imagine doing it? The uncertainty can feel strangely unsettling, because memory seems as though it should contain a clear label identifying where each experience came from: real event, thought, dream, plan, conversation, imagination. But memories do not normally arrive with permanent tags attached to them. Instead, your brain often has to infer their origin later, using a process psychologists call source monitoring. When a memory returns, the mind does not merely ask, "Do I recognize this?" It also has to answer another question. Where did this information come from? Did you hear that fact from a friend? Read it online? Think it yourself? Or only consider saying it? Did you actually put the document in your bag? Or did you picture doing it while planning your morning? To make that judgment, the brain can rely on characteristics of the memory itself. Memories of events that genuinely occurred often contain richer sensory and contextual information. Where you were standing, what you saw, what happened immediately afterward, how your body moved, who else was present. Imagined events may contain more traces of the mental operations used to create them. Deliberate reasoning, planning, or awareness that you were constructing a possibility. But these differences are tendencies, not perfect rules, and that is where confusion begins. Imagination can become extremely detailed. Reality can be experienced absent-mindedly. If you vividly imagine performing an ordinary action several times, the mental representation can acquire enough familiarity and sensory detail that later it begins to resemble a memory of actual performance. Researchers call one related effect imagination inflation. Repeatedly imagining that an event occurred can sometimes increase a person's confidence that it really did occur. This does not mean imagination automatically creates a false memory every time you picture something. Most of the time, you distinguish imagined and real events quite well. The problem appears when the evidence available to your memory system becomes ambiguous. Everyday repetitive actions are especially vulnerable because one instance looks almost identical to another. Consider taking a daily medication. You have performed the same sequence dozens or hundreds of times. Open the container, take the pill, drink some water, put everything away. Later today, when you try to remember whether you took it this morning, your mind possesses an enormous library of nearly identical episodes. The image of performing the action is familiar because you have truly done it many times before. Familiarity alone, therefore, cannot tell you whether today's version occurred. Unless something distinctive happened, a different glass, a phone call during the action, the container being somewhere unusual, the specific episode may be difficult to identify. This helps explain why routine behaviors can produce that eerie feeling of uncertainty, even in people with perfectly healthy memory. The action was too ordinary to leave a distinctive record. Planning can create a similar problem. Before leaving home, you might mentally rehearse putting a charger into your suitcase. Because imagining an action can recruit some of the same knowledge about objects and movements that you would use to perform it, the rehearsal can later feel familiar. At the airport, the thought, "I put the charger in," may appear convincing until you open the bag and discover that you never did. The brain has not necessarily fabricated an elaborate fictional history. It has made a source error. The content was present in memory, but its origin was misidentified. There is another version of the same problem in conversation. You think of a joke but decide not to say it. Days later, you may be uncertain whether your friend actually heard it, or you rehearse telling someone an important piece of news so many times that afterward you cannot remember whether the real conversation occurred. This is why people sometimes say, "I can't remember whether I told you this already." The sentence itself may be strongly represented because it has been mentally repeated. What is uncertain is whether one of those representations came from an actual social interaction. Source monitoring also helps explain why familiarity can occasionally masquerade as evidence. When an idea enters your mind easily, the ease itself can create a sense that it has been encountered before. But familiarity answers only, "This feels known," not "This happened exactly as I remember." Your brain must interpret the familiarity, and sometimes it chooses the wrong source. This is one reason memory experiments often distinguish between remembering and knowing. You can have a vivid recollection containing contextual details, or you can simply experience a strong sense that something is familiar without recovering where it came from. Those two experiences can feel similar in confidence while being produced by different kinds of evidence. Emotion complicates the picture further. If you have repeatedly worried about making a particular mistake, the imagined scenario may become exceptionally accessible. You picture leaving the stove on, losing an important object, or saying something embarrassing, and the scene becomes mentally rehearsed. Later, accessibility can be mistaken for occurrence. The event comes to mind so quickly that it feels like memory. This is one reason repeated checking can become psychologically complicated. Checking the door again may briefly remove uncertainty, but if the action becomes extremely repetitive and automatic, later attempts to distinguish one checking episode from another can become harder rather than easier. A distinctive action leaves a clearer source than 10 nearly identical ones. The broader lesson is not that memory is hopelessly unreliable. Human beings successfully distinguish reality from imagination thousands of times every day. You know whether you ate breakfast or merely considered it, whether you spoke to someone or only thought about calling them, whether you traveled somewhere yesterday or imagined going there next month. Source monitoring usually works because real experiences provide enough contextual evidence to identify themselves. But it is a judgment system, not a perfect archival stamp. When memories are weak, events are repetitive, imagination is vivid, attention was poor, or similar versions have been rehearsed many times, the evidence can become difficult to interpret. And this reveals something subtle about remembering. Possessing the content of a memory is not the same as knowing its history. You can remember the action of turning the key without knowing which morning that image belongs to. You can remember the words of a conversation without being certain whether they were spoken aloud. You can possess a perfectly clear scene that originated not in the outside world, but in a rehearsal the mind constructed beforehand. Your brain then has to become a detective, examining its own traces, asking whether the details look more like perception or imagination, whether the context fits, whether there is supporting evidence, whether something happened afterward that confirms the event. Usually the verdict arrives instantly and invisibly, leaving you with the reassuring feeling, "Yes, I remember doing that." But occasionally the evidence is balanced, and consciousness receives something much stranger. A memory without a trustworthy origin. In that moment, you discover that remembering is not simply reopening the past. Sometimes it is deciding what kind of past a mental image belongs to, and perhaps that is why the question, "Did I do it, or did I only imagine it?" can feel so peculiar. Both possibilities can leave something behind. Both can become familiar. Both can return in your own internal voice. What separates them is not always the image itself, but the quiet work your mind performs to determine where that image came from. And every once in a while, even your own memory cannot tell. Mirror reflections, delay, recognition by microseconds. The face in your mirror is always from the past, but the delay is far stranger and far smaller than the phrase "a few microseconds" might make you imagine. Stand half a meter from a mirror, and light leaving your face has to travel to the glass and then back toward your eyes before you can see the reflection, which means the image really does arrive later than the event that produced it. But at ordinary bathroom distances, that optical delay is only a few billionths of a second, not microseconds. You would need to be enormously farther from the reflecting surface before the travel time of light alone became that large. So if you raise your eyebrow in front of a mirror, the reflection is technically showing an earlier version of you. Yet the physical delay is so tiny that your nervous system could never consciously isolate it. The much larger delay happens after the reflected light reaches your eyes, because recognizing the person in the glass requires far more than reflection. A mirror performs a simple physical operation. Light strikes its surface and is redirected. Your brain has to perform something enormously more complicated. It must extract the arrangement of the eyes, mouth, nose, skin, hair, head orientation, and surrounding context, distinguish a face from other visual patterns, determine whose face it is, and connect that image with the concept of yourself. Those operations unfold through a network of visual and memory systems over tens and hundreds of milliseconds, vastly longer than the light strip across a bathroom. In other words, the mirror itself is almost unimaginably fast. The feeling of recognition belongs to the slower biology looking into it. And self-recognition contains an additional puzzle, because the face you know from mirrors is not quite the face other people usually see. A flat mirror reverses the direction perpendicular to its surface, which produces the familiar left-right reversal in practical experience. The mole that appears on one side of your reflected face is physically on the opposite side from the perspective of another person facing you. Your hairstyle, smile, eyebrow height, and natural asymmetries are therefore arranged in the configuration you have repeatedly studied in mirrors, not necessarily the configuration captured in an ordinary photograph. This is one reason an unmirrored photograph of your own face can sometimes feel subtly wrong, even when everyone else thinks it looks perfectly normal. Human faces are not perfectly symmetrical. One eye may sit slightly higher, one side of the mouth may rise differently, the nose may angle by a small amount, and the two halves of the jaw may not match exactly. After years of exposure to the reflected arrangement, familiarity itself becomes powerful. When a photograph reverses that familiar pattern, nothing objectively terrible has happened to your face. You are simply confronting a configuration of your own asymmetries that other people have seen far more often than you have. Recognition, then, is not just a question of geometry. It is shaped by exposure. The brain becomes efficient at processing familiar patterns, and your mirrored face may be among the most repeatedly encountered complex images of your life. Yet there is an even deeper layer. When you watch yourself in a mirror, the image does something a photograph cannot. It moves with you. Tilt your head and the reflection tilts. Lift a hand and the person in the glass responds with exquisite temporal coordination. These matching movements provide powerful evidence that the visible body belongs to you. Infants do not begin life with an adult understanding of mirrors. The ability to interpret a reflected body as oneself develops gradually alongside broader capacities for body awareness, social understanding, and representation. The famous mirror self-recognition test uses a mark placed somewhere on the body that can only be seen through a mirror. If an individual uses the reflection to investigate the mark on their own body, rather than treating the mirror image as another individual, researchers take that behavior as evidence of a particular kind of self-directed understanding. Some human children begin showing this ability during the second year of life, although development varies and the test does not capture every possible form of self-awareness. A creature can possess sophisticated awareness without being naturally motivated to inspect a visual mark, which is one reason scientists are cautious about treating the mirror test as a universal measure of consciousness. Still, the experiment reveals something easily overlooked in adulthood. Understanding a mirror is learned. You now glance into one and instantly know that the moving face is you, but your brain had to acquire the relationship between your body, reflected space, and the image on the glass. The result becomes so automatic that the interpretation feels built into the mirror itself. It is not. The mirror provides reflected light. The meaning of the reflection is supplied by the observer. This becomes especially clear in unusual neurological conditions. Damage to certain brain systems can leave basic vision intact while disrupting recognition of familiar faces, a condition known as prosopagnosia. Someone may see the eyes, nose, mouth, and expression perfectly well, yet struggle to identify whose face they are looking at. In other disorders, a person may visually recognize a familiar face while experiencing something deeply wrong about its identity or emotional significance. Such cases show that seeing a face and knowing who that face is are separable achievements. The mirror does not carry your identity back toward you along with the photons. Your identity has to be matched to the pattern after the light arrives. And this makes the ordinary experience of brushing your teeth in front of a mirror unexpectedly profound. Physically, you are looking at a slightly earlier arrangement of light. Neurologically, you are looking at information that must pass through multiple stages before the familiar certainty of "that is me" appears. Psychologically, you are looking at a version of your face shaped by years of repeated exposure to reversal, movement, expression, aging, and memory. None of these delays is large enough to make the mirror seem visibly behind you. Raise your hand and your reflection appears to rise with it. Smile and the smile seems simultaneous. The nervous system is remarkably good at binding your movement and the returning image into one coherent event. But simultaneity here is an experience, not literal zero delay. Light required time to travel. Neurons required time to respond. Recognition required time to develop. Somewhere between the movement of your face and the moment you know you are seeing yourself, several different clocks have quietly advanced. And perhaps the strangest realization is that the smallest of them, the light traveling to the mirror and back, is almost irrelevant compared with what happens afterward. The glass gives you the past within billionths of a second, while the brain spends vastly longer turning reflected patterns into a face and that face into you. So the next time you stop before a mirror and meet your own eyes, you are not looking at a magical duplicate existing perfectly alongside you. You are receiving delayed light from a surface, interpreting a reversed and familiar pattern, matching movement with your body, and retrieving an identity accumulated across years. The person in the glass is technically already gone by the instant you see them, replaced by a newer version standing where you are now. The delay is too small to feel, yet the idea is quietly beautiful. Every mirror you have ever looked into has shown you nothing but your immediate past, while your brain continuously turns those vanished moments into the convincing experience of meeting yourself in the present. Reality might be a controlled hallucination. The unsettling possibility is not that the world around you is imaginary, but that the experience you call reality may be something your brain is continuously generating and then correcting. Neuroscientist Anil Seth has popularized the phrase controlled hallucination to describe this idea, but the phrase is easy to misunderstand. It does not mean that the chair beneath you, the walls around you, or the people beside you are inventions of your mind. The external world constrains perception relentlessly. What the phrase points toward is a family of theories known as predictive processing or predictive coding, in which the brain is treated not as a passive receiver waiting for sensory information to arrive, but as an active system constantly forming hypotheses about what is causing its sensory signals. At every moment, your brain has a difficult problem to solve. The nervous system receives patterns of light, vibration, pressure, chemical signals, and bodily changes. But those signals do not explain themselves. A particular pattern entering the eyes does not arrive carrying the message. This is a ceramic cup sitting 30 centimeters away. The brain has to infer the most likely cause. According to predictive processing accounts, it does this partly by generating expectations about what should be present and comparing them with incoming information. When the prediction fits well, perception remains stable. When the sensory evidence disagrees strongly enough, the model has to change. The difference between what was predicted and what arrived is often called a prediction error, and reducing these errors is thought to be one way the brain continually updates its understanding of the world. Imagine reaching into a bag expecting to grab a heavy bottle and discovering that it is empty. Your arm may rise too quickly because your motor system prepared for a weight that was not there. The surprise is more than an emotion. It reveals that the nervous system had already prepared a model of what the next moment should contain. Perception may operate according to a related principle. Instead of constructing every experience entirely from incoming sensory data, the brain can use prior knowledge to propose what is happening and then let sensory evidence correct the proposal. This strategy is efficient because the world contains regularities. Flaws usually remain beneath you. Objects tend to persist when briefly hidden. A familiar voice continues belonging to the same person from one sentence to the next. Your own body remains approximately the same size and shape from moment to moment. A brain that had to rediscover all of these facts from scratch every second would waste enormous effort. Prediction allows it to begin with a plausible model and concentrate processing on what violates that model. This is why the word hallucination in controlled hallucination is provocative but useful. A hallucination, in the broad computational sense being invoked here, is perception dominated by internally generated expectations, rather than adequately constrained by external evidence. Ordinary perception also contains internally generated predictions, but those predictions are constantly disciplined by sensory signals. The controlled part is therefore crucial. Your experience is not free to become anything at all. If you predict a doorway where a brick wall stands, walking forward provides an immediate correction. If you expect ice to feel warm, the temperature receptors in your skin push back against the expectation. The world continuously resists bad models. Reality, in this view, is not manufactured without evidence. It is inferred under pressure from evidence. One of the most fascinating demonstrations of this principle comes from situations where the brain must decide how much trust to place in different signals. Imagine that your hand is hidden from view while a realistic rubber hand sits in front of you. An experimenter strokes your hidden hand and the visible rubber hand at matching locations and times. After a while, many people begin to experience a strange sense that the rubber hand somehow belongs to them. Their intellectual knowledge has not disappeared. They know perfectly well that the object is rubber, yet the brain is receiving synchronized visual and tactile signals that are unusually consistent with a single explanation. The hand being seen and the hand being felt belong to the same body. The resulting rubber hand illusion shows that even something as intimate as body ownership is partly an inference constructed from multiple streams of information. Break the timing between the seen and felt touches, and the illusion becomes much weaker because the evidence no longer supports the same model. Your sense of inhabiting a body therefore feels unquestionable, partly because, during ordinary life, vision, touch, balance, and internal bodily signals agree with one another so reliably. Predictive theories extend this logic inward as well as outward. Your brain is not only estimating what exists in the room, it is also interpreting signals from inside your body. Heartbeat, breathing, temperature, muscle tension, hunger, and other internal changes must be interpreted. And this process is called interoception. A racing heart can occur during fear, excitement, physical exertion, illness, or anticipation. The heartbeat itself does not tell you which interpretation is correct. Context and prior expectations help the brain decide what the bodily signal means. Some researchers therefore argue that emotions themselves involve predictive inference. The brain attempts to explain and regulate changing bodily states, using what it knows about the current situation. This does not reduce emotions to imaginary stories. The bodily changes are real, the environment is real, and the experience is real. What may be constructed is the brain's best explanation of how those signals belong together. The controlled hallucination idea becomes particularly revealing when control weakens. Altered sensory input, neurological illness, certain drugs, extreme exhaustion, or psychiatric conditions can sometimes shift the balance between prediction and evidence. If internally generated expectations become unusually strong, or incoming sensory signals become unusually weak or unreliable, perception may drift farther from what is externally present. Researchers are exploring whether some hallucinations and perceptual disturbances can be understood partly through changes in how strongly the brain weights prior expectations relative to sensory evidence. Though no single predictive processing explanation accounts for every hallucination or every disorder, that uncertainty matters. Predictive processing is influential, but scientists still debate exactly how far the framework should be taken and how literally the brain implements the proposed computations. Controlled hallucination is therefore a useful scientific metaphor, not a proven declaration that consciousness is nothing more than hallucination. What it captures beautifully is the possibility that perception is fundamentally generative. The brain does not sit silently until the world writes itself onto consciousness. It is always preparing, anticipating, explaining, and testing. Experience emerges from the meeting between those internal models and signals that refuse to be ignored. And perhaps this changes the question you ask about reality. Instead of wondering whether everything around you is secretly fake, a more interesting question appears. How much of what feels immediately given has already been interpreted before it becomes part of your experience? The world may be real independently of you, while the world you experience is still a biological model shaped to help you survive inside it. That model is extraordinarily successful precisely because it is controlled. You cannot normally choose to see a mountain where there is an empty road or make gravity vanish by expecting otherwise. Reality keeps correcting you, yet your conscious world is not simply reality poured untouched into the skull either. It is the brain's continuously revised answer to a question it never stops asking. What is most likely happening here, right now, to this body? You open your eyes and receive what feels like certainty. But beneath that certainty, predictions are being tested, errors are being corrected, and models are being updated without announcing themselves. The controlled hallucination is therefore not an escape from reality. It may be the mechanism that keeps you connected to it, the mind dreaming constantly, but with the outside world holding the reins. You never perceive raw reality, just your brain's version. There is no moment in your life when reality enters your mind exactly as it exists outside you. What reaches consciousness has already been translated. The blue of the sky, the warmth of sunlight, the roughness of wood, the sweetness of fruit, the sharpness of a bell. None of these experiences are waiting in the external world in the form you feel them. Outside your nervous system, there are electromagnetic waves, pressure changes, molecules, temperature differences, mechanical forces, and countless other physical events. Your sensory organs respond to tiny portions of that information and convert them into neural activity. And only then does the familiar world of color, sound, taste, texture, and smell emerge. Consider vision. Human eyes respond to only a narrow band of electromagnetic radiation. Beyond that band lies an enormous universe of wavelengths you cannot naturally see at all. Infrared radiation can carry information about heat. Ultraviolet can reveal patterns that are invisible to you but meaningful to many animals. Radio waves can pass through the room while you experience complete visual darkness. X-rays can travel through soft tissue without producing a visible glow in your awareness. These things are not hidden because they are weak or unreal. They are hidden because your eyes were never built to translate them into sight. A bee approaching a flower may detect ultraviolet patterns on petals that guide it toward nectar, markings that do not exist anywhere in your ordinary visual world. A snake equipped with heat-sensitive organs can obtain information about warm animals in darkness that you cannot access through human vision. The physical environment is shared, but the experienced environment depends on the biological instruments doing the sensing. Philosophers and biologists sometimes use the word Umwelt for this species-specific perceptual world, the slice of reality that matters to a particular organism. Your Umwelt feels complete because you have never stepped outside it. You do not walk through a garden grieving the ultraviolet designs you cannot see, because there is no empty ultraviolet-shaped hole in experience. The information simply never becomes part of your natural visual world. Hearing reveals the same principle. What you experience as a voice or a violin begins as changes in air pressure, but only a limited range of those vibrations becomes audible to you. Dogs can respond to frequencies too high for adult human hearing. Elephants can produce and detect extremely low-frequency sounds that travel long distances. A room can therefore contain acoustic activity that is physically present yet phenomenally silent to you. Even within the frequencies you can detect, sound is not floating through space as the subjective experience you know. Air molecules compress and spread. Structures in the ear move. Hair cells transform mechanical motion into neural signals. And somewhere through the activity of auditory networks, vibration becomes pitch, loudness, timbre, and location. Remove the nervous system and the pressure waves remain, but there is no obvious reason to say that the felt quality of a trumpet note exists in the air in the same way that the pressure variations do. Touch is equally constructed. When your fingers move across a table, you experience hardness, smoothness, vibration, temperature, and pressure, but the skin does not contain one receptor capable of reporting the complete property called table. Different sensory endings respond to different forms of mechanical deformation. Vibration, stretch, and temperature. The nervous system combines these signals into a coherent tactile object. Even temperature is not simply read like a number from a thermometer. Put one hand in cool water and the other in warm water. Wait, and then place both into the same lukewarm water. The same water can feel warm to one hand and cool to the other, because temperature perception depends partly on what the sensory system has recently adapted to. The water has one physical temperature, yet two parts of your body can produce different experiences of it at the same moment. Pain makes the distinction between physical event and conscious experience even clearer. Damage and pain are related, but they are not identical. You can experience significant tissue damage with surprisingly little pain in certain circumstances, while pain can sometimes persist after the original injury has healed. Nociceptors detect potentially damaging conditions, but pain itself emerges from broader neural processing influenced by attention, context, threat, expectation, and the state of the body. This is not saying pain is just in your head. Every experience you have is generated by a nervous system, and that does not make the experience unreal. It means the body does not carry a tiny pain meter that simply copies tissue damage into consciousness. The same lesson appears in taste. Your tongue detects basic chemical properties, but much of what you casually call flavor depends on smell, temperature, texture, and information traveling from the mouth toward the nasal cavity while you eat. Block your nose during a cold and familiar foods can suddenly become strangely flat, because part of what you thought was taste was actually olfactory information integrated with signals from the tongue. The meal outside you has not lost its chemistry. Your accessible version of it has changed because one channel of translation has been reduced. Even color, perhaps the most convincing property of all, exists in a complicated relationship between physics and biology. Objects reflect and emit different distributions of light, but the experience of redness or greenness is generated when the visual system compares signals from photoreceptors and processes those patterns through neural circuits. Other animals possess different sets of photoreceptors and therefore divide the same light environment differently. Some birds can discriminate colors that humans cannot naturally experience. A creature with a different sensory apparatus does not merely see your world with a different filter placed over it. In an important biological sense, it inhabits a different perceptual world constructed from different dimensions of information. This should not lead to the exaggerated conclusion that objective reality is unknowable, or that everything is merely subjective. Science works precisely because instruments can extend the range of human senses, and because measurements can be compared independently of one person's immediate experience. A thermal camera converts infrared radiation into visible colors you can interpret. A radio telescope transforms electromagnetic signals your eyes could never detect into data that can be analyzed. A microscope makes structures too small for unaided vision accessible. A Geiger counter turns otherwise imperceptible radiation into signals you can notice. These devices do not give you completely unmediated reality either. They translate one kind of physical information into another form your nervous system can use. But that translation can be calibrated, tested, repeated, and shared, allowing you to learn about parts of the universe your biology alone would never reveal. In this sense, science is partly the art of building new senses. It allows a primate nervous system evolved to navigate landscapes, recognize faces, find food, and avoid danger to investigate black holes, molecules, magnetic fields, and wavelengths no ancestor ever consciously perceived. And this is where the idea of raw reality becomes difficult to define. To perceive anything at all, a nervous system has to interact with it. Receptors must respond selectively. Signals must be transformed. Neural networks must distinguish one pattern from another. By the time something becomes an experience, selection has already occurred. Your senses are not transparent windows cut into the universe. They are biological measurement devices with ranges, thresholds, biases, and purposes. They reveal enough structure for you to act successfully while leaving enormous regions of physical reality outside awareness. The extraordinary thing is how complete your world still feels. You open your eyes and do not experience a narrow human sample of electromagnetic information. You experience a room. You hear someone speak and do not experience air pressure fluctuations within a restricted frequency range. You hear a voice. The translations disappear behind their results. Your nervous system gives you objects rather than raw measurements, qualities rather than receptor activity, a lived environment rather than a laboratory readout. And perhaps that is why it is so easy to confuse experience with the world itself. The version inside consciousness is all you have ever known directly. Yet around that familiar world lies an ocean of information that never becomes color, never becomes sound, never becomes warmth, never becomes anything you can naturally feel. Other creatures sample different parts of it. Machines reveal still more. The universe does not become less real because you perceive only a fraction of it. If anything, the realization makes reality larger. The world you experience is not a fake copy placed between you and truth. It is a biologically useful translation of something far richer than a human nervous system could ever contain all at once. And when you look around and feel that you are simply seeing what is there, you are actually standing inside one remarkable interpretation of what is there, a human-sized reality, built from a narrow doorway into a universe that extends far beyond everything your senses will ever tell you on their own. You reconstruct faces from minimal information. A face can be reduced to a few shadows, 2 dark spots, and a curved line, and your brain may still produce the unmistakable experience of seeing a person. This is one of the most efficient things the visual system does, because faces are biologically and socially important enough that the brain does not wait for perfect detail before trying to recognize them. You can prove this with a crude drawing. 2 dots above a short line often look like eyes and a mouth almost immediately, even though there is nothing remotely realistic about the image. With more complex examples such as black and white moony faces, the effect becomes even stranger. These images contain almost no normal shading, texture, or fine facial detail. At first they can look like meaningless patches of black and white, but once the hidden face is recognized, it becomes difficult to return to the original confusion. The visual system suddenly organizes the fragments into a coherent whole, and the same collection of shapes acquires eyes, a nose, a jaw, and an expression. Nothing in the image changes. What changes is the way the brain groups the information. Face perception relies heavily on what researchers call configural or holistic processing, meaning that you do not normally identify a face by separately inspecting the left eye, then the right eye, then the nose, and finally the mouth. Instead, the relationships among these features matter enormously. The distance between the eyes, the position of the eyebrows relative to them, the proportions of the nose and mouth, the overall shape of the head, and the pattern created by all of these parts together. This is why a familiar face can be recognized from surprisingly poor information, and why tiny changes in arrangement can make a face feel strangely wrong, even when every individual feature remains present. The brain appears to become highly specialized for this task through development and experience. Regions in the ventral visual system, including an area of the fusiform gyrus often called the fusiform face area, tend to respond strongly when people view faces, although face perception does not depend on one isolated face module. A broader network contributes to recognizing identity, interpreting gaze, reading expression, and linking a visible face with memories about who that person is. The speed of this processing can be remarkable. Humans can detect that an image contains a face extremely quickly, often before they could consciously describe the individual features that led to the judgment. That speed matters because another person's face carries information that can change your behavior immediately. Are they looking at you? Are they angry? Are they frightened? Are they familiar? Long before photography or artificial lighting existed, detecting this information quickly would have mattered for cooperation, threat detection, parenting, and social communication. The brain therefore became skilled at extracting a great deal from very little. Low spatial frequencies, the broad pattern of light and dark, and the general layout of a face can sometimes be enough to support rapid face detection before fine detail becomes available. This is why you may recognize someone at a distance by the overall configuration of their face, even though you cannot yet see individual eyelashes, skin texture, or small wrinkles. Fine detail becomes important for precise identification, but the first impression of "there is a face" can emerge from much coarser information. Orientation reveals how specialized this system is. Turn a face upside down, and recognition becomes noticeably harder, even though every feature is still visible. This is called the face inversion effect. Inverting the image disrupts the familiar spatial relationships that your visual system has spent years learning to process efficiently. You can still identify eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but the face no longer fits the normal upright template as naturally. So you rely more heavily on individual features and become less sensitive to some relational changes. The famous Thatcher illusion takes advantage of this. If the eyes and mouth of a face are rotated within an upside-down head, the result can look surprisingly normal at first. Turn the whole face upright, and the distortion becomes grotesquely obvious. The facial parts did not become more deformed during the rotation. Your brain simply became much better at detecting that the configuration was wrong once the face returned to its familiar orientation. This tells you that face recognition is not just object recognition applied to a particular category. Faces receive unusually specialized treatment because their arrangement is highly consistent across people. Two eyes above a nose, a mouth below, all enclosed within a roughly similar head shape. That consistency allows the brain to compare small deviations from a common structure with extraordinary sensitivity. It also explains why caricatures can sometimes be easier to recognize than realistic drawings. A caricature exaggerates what makes one face different from the average face: the unusually wide jaw, narrow eyes, distinctive nose, or particular spacing between features. By amplifying those deviations, the drawing can preserve identity while discarding almost everything else. In other words, the brain does not need a photographic copy of a person. It needs enough of the pattern that makes that person statistically distinctive. Recognition can survive dramatic changes in lighting, hairstyle, age, expression, viewing angle, and image quality, because the visual system has learned which aspects tend to remain informative. Yet this system also has limits. People with prosopagnosia can see faces clearly while struggling to recognize who they belong to. Some can describe features accurately, blue eyes, grey hair, narrow chin, yet fail to experience the immediate familiarity that most people feel when a known face appears. This shows that constructing the visual category face and identifying a particular person are separate achievements. At the other extreme, people known as super recognizers can identify faces with exceptional accuracy even after long intervals or from poor quality images. These differences remind you that what feels effortless is actually a sophisticated skill with measurable variation across individuals. Your brain also uses information beyond the face itself. Hair, body shape, voice, movement, clothing, and context can all support recognition, especially when facial detail is weak. Remove those cues, and recognition becomes more dependent on the internal facial pattern. That is why disguises do not need to erase a face completely. Changing a few highly informative cues can make identification much more difficult. Still, the system often succeeds with astonishingly sparse input. A familiar person can sometimes be recognized from a silhouette, a blurry photograph, or a handful of pixels because your brain is not asking whether the image contains every detail of their face. It is asking whether the available pattern matches a stored representation strongly enough. And this is where the phenomenon becomes more thought-provoking. You tend to think that recognizing someone means recovering all the visual information that defines them, but the brain rarely needs all of it. It works with compression. It preserves relationships, distinctive features, and patterns that matter, while ignoring enormous amounts of detail that are unnecessary for identity. The face you know inside your mind is therefore not a perfect internal photograph. It is closer to a flexible representation capable of surviving many transformations. This is why the same person remains recognizably themselves while smiling, aging, turning sideways, growing a beard, or appearing under terrible lighting. The visual image changes constantly, yet identity remains stable, because the brain is searching for structure beneath the variation. And perhaps that is the quiet surprise hidden inside every familiar face you recognize across a room. You are not seeing every detail and then building a person from the bottom up. Often, a few crucial relationships are enough. The rest of the face seems to arrive all at once, coherent and complete, because your visual system has spent a lifetime learning how much information it can safely leave out. Most of what you see isn't processed, it's guessed. The room around you feels equally detailed from corner to corner, but almost all of that apparent richness is an illusion of confidence. Hold your eyes on a single word and without moving them, try to read another word several lines away. You may know that something is there, perhaps even recognize its length or general shape, yet the letters quickly become difficult to identify. The farther you move from the exact point of fixation, the more fine detail disappears. This happens because human vision is not built like a camera that records every part of an image at the same resolution. Near the center of the retina lies the fovea, a tiny region specialized for extremely detailed vision and densely supplied with cone photoreceptors. When you read a sentence, inspect someone's eyes, thread a needle, or examine a small object, you continually move your gaze so that the information you care about falls onto this high-resolution region. Outside it, visual detail declines surprisingly fast. Peripheral vision remains excellent at detecting broad shapes, movement, contrast, and events that might demand attention, but it cannot provide the same fine spatial detail that feels as though it fills your entire visual field. And yet, you do not experience the world as a sharp circle surrounded by increasingly vague scenery. The whole room seems richly present, the books remain books, the furniture appears complete, and the patterns on distant objects feel as though you could inspect them at any moment. That feeling comes partly from an important distinction. Having immediate access to detail is not the same as representing all of that detail simultaneously. Your brain knows that if something matters, You can move your eyes toward it in a fraction of a second and acquire better information. Because those eye movements happen constantly and effortlessly, you rarely discover how little fine detail was available before you looked directly. Peripheral vision also uses information differently. Rather than preserving the exact identity and location of every tiny feature, the visual system can extract broader statistical properties of a scene. You can look across a crowd and quickly sense whether people appear generally happy or unhappy without carefully analyzing every individual face. You can glance at a field of objects and estimate their average size, overall orientation, density, or general texture, even when you could not accurately describe each item afterward. This ability is often called ensemble perception or summary statistical processing. Instead of storing every tree separately, the brain can represent something like the overall texture of a forest. Instead of counting every person, it can gain a rapid impression of how crowded the room is. This is extraordinarily efficient because much of everyday behavior does not require a perfect inventory of the visual world. You usually need to know that the floor continues ahead, that there are people to your left, that something is moving near the road, or that the environment is generally open or cluttered. Exact detail can be acquired when necessary. The rest can often be represented in compressed form. A dramatic limit of peripheral vision appears in a phenomenon called visual crowding. Look directly at one letter and you may recognize it easily. Place that same letter in the periphery and surround it closely with other letters, and suddenly identifying it becomes much harder, even though you can still tell that several objects are present. The problem is not simply that the peripheral letter became too blurry. Nearby features interfere with one another, making individual identity difficult to recover. The visual system seems to combine information across larger areas in the periphery, preserving useful overall structure while sacrificing precise detail about which feature belongs exactly where. This is why you can immediately sense that a shelf is filled with books without being able to identify every title while staring somewhere else. Your experience gives you the meaning of the scene long before it gives you its complete contents. Researchers studying scene perception have found that people can also extract what is sometimes called the gist of an image remarkably quickly. With only a brief glimpse, you may know that you are looking at a beach, kitchen, city street, forest, or bedroom, even though you could not list every object contained within it. Large-scale spatial structure, color distributions, textures, and familiar arrangements provide enough information for the brain to classify the environment rapidly. A refrigerator beside counters and cabinets forms a kitchen-like pattern. Horizontal openness, sky, and water suggest a coastal scene. Tall vertical structures and repeating windows suggest an urban environment. You do not have to identify every spoon before knowing you're in a kitchen. The category of the scene can arrive first, and detailed object recognition can follow only where it becomes useful. This helps explain why your visual world feels so complete. The brain often possesses several different levels of representation at once. Precise information about the small region you are directly examining, coarse information about the surrounding space, statistical summaries of groups and textures, and learned knowledge about what usually belongs in a familiar environment. Together, these layers create something far more useful than a uniform photograph. They create a navigable world. The title, "Most of what you see is guessed," should therefore not be taken to mean that your brain simply invents random objects wherever detail is missing. The visual system is constrained by real sensory information. If a large animal begins running toward you from the side, peripheral vision can detect its movement and redirect your attention immediately. If something changes enough to matter, new information can force the representation to update. The guessing is better understood as compression and inference. The brain preserves the kinds of information needed for the current situation and relies on broad structure, learned regularities, and rapid eye movements rather than maintaining maximum resolution everywhere. This is similar to the way you understand a familiar room without mentally measuring every surface. You know far more about its organization than you are consciously inspecting at one instant. There is an elegant reason for this design. High-resolution biological vision is expensive. Photoreceptors, neural connections, and cortical processing require space and energy. and the brain has limited resources. Concentrating exceptional detail near the point of gaze while using a more economical representation elsewhere allows you to combine precision with a wide field of awareness. The eyes then act almost like movable sampling instruments, repeatedly bringing important regions into high resolution. Over a few seconds, you may inspect a face, a doorway, a moving car, and a sign, creating the impression that everything was equally clear throughout the entire experience. But if someone could freeze your eyes and prevent you from redirecting them, the difference between what feels available and what you can actually identify would become much harder to ignore. This is one reason peripheral demonstrations can feel almost insulting the first time you try them. You are certain the letters beside your fixation are plainly visible, yet you cannot reliably name them. You feel as though the objects around you are visually complete, yet when tested without moving your eyes, much of that certainty dissolves. Your brain has given you something more valuable than exhaustive detail, the expectation that detail will be there when you need it. And because that expectation is usually correct, you rarely notice the difference. Look toward the lamp and the lamp becomes clear. Look toward the book and the title appears. Look toward a face and individual features sharpen. The world seems to possess all of this detail continuously because your eyes can retrieve it so quickly that availability is mistaken for simultaneous representation. Perhaps that is the deeper lesson hidden inside ordinary sight. You do not need a perfect internal picture of everything to experience a convincing world. You need enough precise information where you are looking, enough coarse information everywhere else, and a nervous system skilled at deciding what deserves the next glance. The apparent richness of vision is therefore not created by processing every visible thing equally. It emerges from selection, compression, grouping, and rapid sampling so effective that you almost never catch the shortcuts. You feel surrounded by a fully detailed reality, while beneath that feeling, the brain is doing something far more economical, preserving what matters now, summarizing what does not, and trusting that whatever becomes important can be examined more closely when your eyes finally turn toward it. You feel time moving, but physics says it doesn't. Every second of your life feels as though it is being carried somewhere. The present arrives, becomes the past, and another moment takes its place. Yet when physicists write down the laws that describe the universe, they do not find a measurable current called the flow of time. This does not mean physics has proved that time is unreal or that nothing changes. Clocks tick, stars evolve, bodies age, and events occur in definite relationships. What is missing is something more specific, a universal cosmic mechanism that moves one privileged moment called now forward through reality. In ordinary experience, that moving present seems undeniable. Yesterday feels gone, tomorrow feels unreal, and this sentence seems to exist in a special position between them. But Einstein's theory of relativity makes that picture unexpectedly difficult to preserve. Before relativity, it was natural to imagine the universe sharing one enormous clock, with every event happening against the same universal present. Relativity replaced that idea with space-time, where measurements of time and space depend on how observers are moving and on the gravitational conditions they occupy. Two observers moving differently can disagree about how much time separates events, and more importantly, they can disagree about whether distant events happened simultaneously. There is no single cosmic answer that restores one universal right now across the entire universe. Imagine two distant explosions. You may calculate that they happened at the same time from your state of motion, while another observer moving relative to you can calculate that one happened before the other. Neither has made a mistake. The difference arises from the structure of space-time itself. This relativity of simultaneity creates a profound problem for the everyday idea of a present sweeping uniformly across everything. If there is no observer-independent agreement about which distant events belong to the present, then what exactly would a universal now be sweeping through? Physics can describe the interval between events, the order of events that can causally affect one another, and how clocks behave along different paths through space-time. But the equations do not require a glowing boundary separating a real present from an unreal past and future. This has encouraged many physicists and philosophers to consider what is often called the block universe view. In this interpretation, space-time can be pictured as a four-dimensional structure containing events at different locations and times. Somewhat as a map contains different places without one location needing to come into existence while another disappears. Your birth, this moment, and events far in your future would occupy different positions in space-time rather than moving through some additional river of time. The analogy has limits, but it captures the strange idea. Perhaps events do not need to become real one after another in the way your experience suggests. Perhaps the sensation of passage belongs to creatures living along trajectories within space-time rather than to space-time itself. This is an interpretation, not an experimentally established proof that past and future exist in exactly the same sense as the present. And physics does not currently settle every philosophical question about temporal passage. But relativity makes the old picture of one universal moving present extraordinarily hard to defend. Then another question appears. If physics does not contain an obvious flowing now, why does time feel so different from space? You can stand still in a room, choose whether to walk left or right, and revisit the same corner later. You cannot apparently choose to stop Tuesday, walk backward into Monday, and return to Tuesday from the other direction. Part of the answer lies in the arrow of time, which is closely connected to entropy. Many fundamental physical laws work almost equally well, whether their equations are considered forward or backward in time. Yet the large-scale world around you clearly has a preferred direction. Eggs break and do not spontaneously reassemble. Hot coffee cools rather than extracting random heat from the room and becoming hotter by itself. Smoke spreads through the air rather than gathering itself back into the candle. These processes move overwhelmingly from less statistically common arrangements toward more statistically common ones, a tendency summarized by the increase of entropy in isolated systems. That gives the universe a physical distinction between earlier and later, even without requiring time itself to behave like a liquid flowing from one to the other. Your own existence is embedded in that direction. Memories contain records of lower entropy conditions we call the past, not records of the future. Photographs, fossils, scars, written documents, and neural memories are all physical traces produced by earlier events. You therefore wake each morning surrounded by evidence of one temporal direction and almost none of the other. Your sense that the past is fixed while the future remains open may be influenced by this asymmetry. You possess records of what has happened but not records of what will happen. The feeling of passage may also depend on how consciousness continually updates. Your brain maintains information about what just occurred, processes what is happening, anticipates what may happen next, and replaces old states with new ones. From inside such a system, change is unavoidable. You do not experience your entire life simultaneously. You experience a sequence of changing brain states, each containing memories of earlier states. That sequence can produce the powerful impression that a present moment is traveling forward, even if no corresponding moving object called the present appears in the equations of physics. Think about a melody. No single note contains the movement of the song. The sense of progression appears because one note is retained in memory while another arrives and another is anticipated. Your experience of time may contain something similar on a much deeper scale. Awareness continuously compares what is happening with what has just happened, and from that changing relationship emerges the feeling of motion through time. But this should not be confused with saying that time is merely psychological. Relativity's time dilation is physically measurable. Clocks traveling at different speeds or residing in different gravitational conditions can accumulate different amounts of elapsed time, and those differences have been measured repeatedly. Satellite navigation systems must account for relativistic effects because clocks on satellites do not tick at precisely the same rates as clocks on Earth, so time has objective physical structure even if flow is harder to locate. This distinction is crucial. Physics does not say nothing happens, nor that yesterday and tomorrow are illusions. It says something more unsettling. The universe may not need the moving present that your consciousness makes seem so fundamental. The feeling that time is passing could be how a memory-forming, changing organism experiences its path through a reality whose equations contain relationships between moments rather than a cosmic hand pushing those moments forward. And once you notice that difference, an ordinary ticking clock begins to look different. The hands move, your cells change, the evening becomes night. Everything around you supplies evidence of change, yet none of those changes reveals a separate substance called time flowing past them. Perhaps you are not standing on a riverbank watching moments rush away. Perhaps you are one of the changing patterns inside the structure itself, carrying records of what lies behind you and uncertainty about what lies ahead. Physics has not erased time, and it has not delivered a final answer about whether temporal passage is fundamental. What it has done is remove the comforting assumption that your private feeling of now moving forward must be written into the universe at its deepest level. And that leaves you with a quieter, stranger possibility. Maybe time does not move past you at all. Maybe things change, clocks accumulate duration, causes led to effects, and you call the experience of being part of that irreversible sequence the passage of time. You can have false sensory experiences while awake. Your body can report a touch that never happened, a vibration from a phone that never moved, or a sense of motion while you are sitting perfectly still, and you can be completely awake when it happens. These experiences are easy to dismiss as imagination, but they reveal something more precise about sensation. Your nervous system does not wait for the outside world to provide a perfect signal before creating a bodily experience. It is constantly combining activity from receptors, nerves, spinal pathways, balance organs, and the brain's internal map of the body. And sometimes that machinery produces a convincing sensation without the event you assume must have caused it. One familiar example is the phantom phone vibration. You feel the unmistakable buzz of a phone against your thigh, reach into your pocket, and discover that there was no notification, or perhaps the phone was not even there. Surveys suggest that this experience is common among frequent phone users. It is not evidence that the device secretly vibrated or that anything supernatural occurred. Repeated exposure teaches the nervous system what a phone vibration feels like, while ordinary sensations from clothing, muscle movement, skin pressure, or tiny shifts in posture can resemble fragments of that familiar pattern. Because the phone is behaviorally important, ambiguous bodily information can occasionally be interpreted as the signal you have learned to expect. The sensation itself can be vivid, even though its presumed source is absent. Touch can produce other illusions when sensory nerves behave unexpectedly. Sit awkwardly on a leg for long enough, and you may eventually feel tingling, prickling, burning, or pins and needles, even though nothing sharp is touching the skin. These sensations, called paresthesias, can occur when pressure temporarily disrupts normal nerve signaling, and the recovering nerves begin firing in unusual patterns. Your conscious experience does not tell you some nerve fibers are returning to normal electrical activity. It gives you prickles, buzzing, warmth, or crawling. The quality of the sensation is created by how the nervous system interprets the pattern of activity, not by a literal object reproducing that sensation on the skin. This principle becomes even more striking after the loss of a limb. Many amputees continue to feel a hand, foot, fingers, or toes that are physically absent. The phantom limb may seem to have a particular position, may itch, move, tighten, or sometimes hurt. The missing limb is not secretly sending information from empty space. Parts of the nervous system that once represented it remain active, and signals from the remaining body and brain can still engage those representations. The resulting experience can be so spatially precise that a person may describe exactly which non-existent finger feels cramped. Phantom limbs show that the felt body and the physical body are related but not identical. Your sense of possessing a body depends on a neural body map that can continue operating even after anatomy changes. Something similar can happen with motion. Deep inside, each inner ear is a vestibular system containing structures that respond to rotation and linear acceleration. Together with vision and information from muscles and joints, these signals help determine whether you are moving, tilting, falling, or standing still. Usually the senses agree, but when they disagree, a powerful false experience can emerge. Sit in a stationary train while the train beside you begins moving, and for a moment you may feel that your own carriage is rolling backward. Your eyes detect large-scale visual motion compatible with self-movement, while the balance organs report that your body has not accelerated. The brain has to decide which explanation best fits the conflicting evidence, and sometimes visual information temporarily wins. Pilots can experience much more serious vestibular illusions because sustained acceleration, turning, darkness, and the absence of a visible horizon can cause the inner ear to produce misleading impressions about the aircraft's orientation. A pilot may genuinely feel level while the aircraft is banked, or feel a turn after the aircraft has already stopped turning. Training therefore teaches pilots to trust instruments when sensory impressions conflict with reliable flight data. The danger is not weak perception. It is perception functioning according to sensory signals that, under unusual conditions, no longer correspond to the situation in the way they normally do. Even the sensation of where a limb is positioned can be manipulated while you are awake. Tendons contain sensory receptors that contribute information about muscle length and movement. If particular tendons are vibrated experimentally, the resulting nerve activity can imitate some of the signals normally associated with a changing muscle length. People can then experience the illusion that a stationary arm or hand is moving, even though they can see that it is not. In certain setups, touching another part of the body while this false movement signal is present can create extraordinary distortions. A finger may seem to be stretching, a nose may appear to lengthen, or the perceived shape of the body may temporarily become impossible. Nothing is physically expanding. The brain is trying to reconcile touch with misleading information about limb position, and the only coherent solution available to its body model may be anatomically absurd. These experiments reveal why it is misleading to think of bodily sensation as a collection of simple wires, each reporting one unquestionable fact. The brain combines many partially reliable signals. If one channel claims that your hand is moving, while another indicates that your finger remains in contact with your nose, the resulting experience has to accommodate both. Usually the signals fit reality beautifully. Scientists create sensory illusions precisely by forcing them into combinations that ordinary life rarely produces. False bodily experiences can also arise from abnormal activity within the nervous system itself. Some neurological conditions, medications, substance use, nerve injuries, and illnesses can produce tactile sensations without an external touch. One particularly disturbing experience is formication, the feeling that insects are crawling on or beneath the skin despite no insects being present. It can have several medical causes and should not be reduced to someone merely imagining the sensation. From the person's perspective, the crawling may be physically compelling because the neural systems responsible for representing touch are genuinely active. The distinction between an external cause and a real experience becomes crucial here. A false sensory experience is false only in what it seems to tell you about the outside world or body. The sensation itself is happening. Someone who feels a non-existent vibration really experiences vibration. Someone with a phantom limb really experiences a limb-shaped sensation. Someone caught in a vestibular illusion really feels movement. Calling the experience unreal can therefore miss the science. What is inaccurate is the inferred source, and your nervous system normally solves that inference so efficiently that you rarely notice there was a problem to solve at all. When your skin signals pressure, your eyes show a hand touching you, and your body position agrees, "Something touched me," is an excellent conclusion. When the same pathways become active for another reason, consciousness may receive essentially the same conclusion even though the expected cause is missing. This is also why unusual sensations deserve context rather than immediate dramatic interpretation. A brief phantom vibration or temporary pins and needles can have an ordinary explanation. Persistent, new, painful, or unexplained sensory experiences can sometimes deserve medical attention because nerves and brain systems can produce altered sensations for many different reasons. But the broader scientific lesson remains quietly strange. Being fully awake does not guarantee that every sensation corresponds one-to-one with an event outside you. Wakefulness simply means the sensory machinery is operating within an alert nervous system, and that system can still misinterpret, internally generate, or distort information. Right now, your clothes are touching your skin. Gravity is acting on your body. Your inner ears are measuring your orientation, and thousands of sensory fibers are active without demanding attention. Almost all of those signals will be combined correctly, leaving you with a stable sense of where you are and what is happening to you. Occasionally, though, the system reveals its construction. A silent phone vibrates, a missing hand itches, a stationary train begins to move, a motionless limb seems to bend, and for a brief moment, you discover something your ordinary senses work very hard to hide. Feeling something and something physically happening are not always the same event. Sometimes, you remember the wrong world. A memory can feel like a window into a place you once stood, yet when the evidence is checked, the room may have had a different color, the object may never have been there, and the sentence you remember hearing may never have been spoken at all. This does not require illness, deception, or an unusually poor memory. Healthy human memory is capable of preserving the general meaning of an event while quietly replacing parts of the original scene with details that fit what should have happened. Psychologists have spent decades studying this reconstructive nature of memory, and one of the clearest findings is that remembering is not the same as replaying. When an experience is first encoded, the brain does not preserve every visual angle, sound, position, expression, and background detail with equal strength. Some information receives attention, some becomes associated with emotion, some is retained only as a general idea, and much disappears quickly. Later, when you try to remember, the brain rebuilds the event from whatever traces remain. That reconstruction can draw not only from the original experience, but also from knowledge you acquired afterward, assumptions about how similar situations usually unfold, and information supplied by other people. This is why a memory can become more coherent while becoming less historically accurate. In classic experiments, researchers showed participants films of traffic accidents and later changed a single word in the questions they asked. People who were asked how fast the cars were going when they smashed into each other tended to give higher speed estimates than people asked about the moment they hit each other. In later testing, some participants exposed to the stronger wording were also more likely to report broken glass, even when none had appeared in the film. The question did not travel backward and alter what their eyes had originally seen. Instead, later information became incorporated into the reconstructed memory of the event. This phenomenon is known as the misinformation effect, and it demonstrates something deeply important. What happens after an experience can influence what you later believe happened during it. The effect becomes even more understandable when you consider how much memory depends on schemas. A schema is a kind of organized knowledge structure built from repeated experience. You know roughly what belongs in a restaurant: tables, menus, servers, food, payment. You know the typical layout of a classroom, the sequence of boarding an airplane, the general behavior expected at a birthday party. These mental frameworks are enormously useful because they allow you to understand situations without memorizing every detail from scratch. But they can also supply details that were never actually present. In experiments where people briefly enter an office and later describe what they saw, they may remember objects strongly associated with offices even when those objects were absent. The brain remembers the meaning of office and can accidentally allow that meaning to fill gaps left by weak, episodic detail. This is not random invention. False details often make sense. Memory tends to move toward coherence. If you remember a kitchen, a toaster feels more plausible than a violin. If you remember a lecture, notebooks seem more likely than beach towels. The errors reveal the structure of your knowledge, because the brain uses probability to rebuild what was not preserved precisely. Language produces another powerful example. Suppose you hear a list of words such as bed, rest, awake, tired, dream, pillow, and night. Later, you may confidently remember that the word sleep was included, even if it never appeared. This is a well-known laboratory effect because all the presented words strongly converge on the missing concept. The mind can preserve the semantic center of the list so successfully that the concept itself acquires the familiarity of an actual item. In everyday life, something similar can happen when you remember the gist of a conversation, but become uncertain about its exact wording. The central message remains, while individual phrases are reconstructed to match it. This is why two people can remember the same argument with incompatible quotations, while both retaining the same general conflict. Neither memory needs to be deliberately fabricated. Each person may have preserved different pieces and later rebuilt the missing parts using their own understanding of what the conversation meant. Groups can make this even more complicated. When people discuss an event after it happens, their memories can influence one another. A confident friend mentions a red jacket, and days later the jacket can begin to feel familiar even if it was actually blue. Someone describes a person standing near the door, and that detail can become woven into another witness's recollection. Researchers sometimes call this memory conformity, or social contagion of memory. Human memory evolved in social environments, and other people are valuable sources of information, so it is not surprising that testimony from someone you trust can influence your own reconstruction. Usually this helps communities pool knowledge. Occasionally it produces a shared mistake. This is one reason popular examples of collective false memory can feel so eerie. Large numbers of people may remember a logo, phrase, spelling, or cultural detail differently from the documented version. These cases are often grouped under the popular label Mandela effect. But there is no evidence that they require parallel universes, altered timelines, or reality changing around us. Shared errors can emerge because people possess similar expectations, encounter the same misleading versions, simplify complicated details in similar ways, and influence one another through repetition. A false memory does not become evidence of another world simply because many minds make the same mistake. Brains exposed to similar culture can make similar predictions. Yet the subjective experience can be extraordinarily convincing. You may not merely think a detail is correct, you may feel that you can see it. Confidence is one of the most deceptive parts of remembering because vividness and accuracy are not identical. Emotion can make an event memorable without guaranteeing that every peripheral detail is preserved correctly. Repetition can make a version of a story easier to retrieve, and ease of retrieval can be mistaken for truth. Each time you tell the story, you also strengthen the version you are telling. Over years, the remembered event may become smoother, more organized, and more meaningful than the messy original ever was. The strange consequence is that memory can sometimes preserve your personal history by changing it. It keeps the lesson while losing the wallpaper. It keeps the embarrassment while replacing the exact sentence. It keeps the shape of the evening while moving people around the room. None of this means you should distrust every memory or assume your past is fictional. Memory is often remarkably useful, especially for central information and repeatedly verified events. The important lesson is narrower and more unsettling. The feeling of remembering does not provide direct access to an untouched recording. It provides the brain's current reconstruction of an earlier experience. And because reconstruction uses both surviving evidence and accumulated knowledge, you can occasionally remember not the world exactly as it was, but the world that best fits the fragments you still have. Perhaps that is why old photographs can be so startling. You see furniture arranged differently than you remembered, discover that someone was present whom you had erased from the scene, or realize that the house in your memory was smaller than the place in the photograph. For years, your version may have felt complete, because there was nothing inside the memory announcing which details were original and which had been supplied later. Then evidence appears, and two pasts briefly stand beside each other, the one that happened and the one you carried. The second was never another universe, It was something more intimate, a world rebuilt inside a mind that values meaning, continuity, and usefulness more than perfect historical preservation. And every time you remember, you return not to the past itself, but to the version of it that your brain can still assemble today. Your self-image lags behind who you are now. You can change long before the person in your own mind notices. You may become more capable, older, calmer, stronger, more independent, or simply different, yet still walk into certain situations carrying an internal picture of yourself that was formed years earlier. Someone who was painfully shy at 16 may still think of themselves as the quiet one after becoming socially confident. A person who once struggled in school may continue describing themselves as bad at learning long after mastering difficult skills. Someone who spent years being physically unfit may improve dramatically and still feel strangely disconnected from the healthier body they now inhabit. This delay is not evidence that there is a hidden, true self trapped in the past. It reflects the way the brain organizes identity through what psychologists often call self-schemas, relatively stable networks of beliefs, expectations, memories, and categories that help you answer the enormous question of who you are without rebuilding the answer from nothing every morning. A self-schema can contain statements you rarely say aloud, but repeatedly use to interpret experience. I am awkward. I am responsible. I am the person who fixes things. I am bad with numbers. I am attractive. I am weak. I am independent. I always panic under pressure. These beliefs are useful because identity needs some continuity. If your entire conception of yourself changed every time you had one unusual day, your behavior would become chaotic. A single confident conversation should not immediately convince a lifelong introvert that they have become a completely different person, just as one bad performance should not erase years of competence. Stability protects the self from noise, but the same stability creates inertia. When enough real change accumulates, the old model can remain in place because it has been reinforced across thousands of earlier experiences. Your present may have changed faster than the summary your mind uses to describe you. This becomes especially visible when other people notice your transformation before you do. A friend tells you that you seem much more confident, and your immediate reaction is disbelief because you still have access to every memory of nervousness that helped build the older identity. They are observing your recent behavior. You are comparing that behavior with years of internal history. The two perspectives contain different evidence. Social environments can also freeze old versions of you in place. Return to your childhood home, and you may find yourself slipping into patterns of speech, emotion, or behavior that feel strangely younger than the person you are elsewhere. Meet friends you have not seen for years, and old jokes, roles, and expectations can reappear almost immediately. This happens partly because identities are contextual. The brain learns not only who am I, but who am I here with these people under these conditions. A person can be decisive at work, playful with siblings, cautious around authority, and deeply expressive with one close friend without any of those selves being fake. Different environments activate different learned patterns. That means personal growth is not always a clean replacement in which version 2 deletes version 1. Older patterns can remain available and return when the context that originally shaped them appears again. Habit makes the lag stronger. Suppose you spent years avoiding public speaking because you believed you were terrible at it. Eventually, you train, practice, and deliver several successful presentations. Your behavior has changed, but the sentence "I'm bad at public speaking" may continue appearing automatically because it has been rehearsed far more often than its replacement. New evidence has to compete with a deeply familiar interpretation. Psychologists have long distinguished between explicit beliefs, the things you consciously endorse, and more automatic associations that can be slower to change. You may intellectually know that you are competent while still feeling the old surge of inadequacy when placed under evaluation. The emotional response can lag behind the conclusion. This does not mean the old belief is secretly more truthful. It means learning occurs across multiple systems and timescales. A statement can be updated faster than a habit of expectation. Physical changes can expose the same mismatch in an unusually visible way. After major changes in weight, muscle, hairstyle, aging, illness, pregnancy, injury, or other alterations to the body, some people describe moments in which their appearance feels unfamiliar. Your body image is not generated by measuring your current body from scratch every second. It is a developing representation influenced by vision, touch, movement, social feedback, memory, and long-term expectations. When appearance changes gradually, the internal representation often adjusts gradually too. This is one reason old clothing sizes, habitual ways of moving through narrow spaces, or assumptions about how you will look in photographs can persist for a while after the body has changed. It would be inaccurate to claim that everyone experiences dramatic disconnect after physical transformation, but the broader principle is well established. Your representation of yourself has history. It is not merely today's sensory information. Even aging reveals this in small ways. People sometimes report feeling surprised by their reflection, not because they fail to recognize themselves, but because the face contains evidence of years that their subjective sense of identity did not experience as a sudden transformation. Aging occurred continuously. The internal feeling of being me remained remarkably stable. Then a photograph captures the contrast, and continuity meets change all at once. The same can happen psychologically. There is rarely a morning when you wake up and clearly feel that you have become more mature. Growth is distributed across thousands of choices, mistakes, conversations, disappointments, and adaptations. Because you were present for every tiny step, the transition may be almost invisible from inside. Someone who has not seen you for 5 years encounters the difference immediately. You experience the gradient. They see the before and after. This helps explain why compliments sometimes bounce off an outdated self-image. If someone tells you that you are talented, but your established schema says you are ordinary, the praise can be dismissed as politeness, luck, or misunderstanding. Meanwhile, criticism that fits the old model may be absorbed instantly because it feels familiar. Psychologists sometimes describe related patterns as confirmation biases in self-perception. Information compatible with existing beliefs is easier to integrate than information requiring the model to change. This can create a quiet loop. You expect yourself to behave a certain way, notice evidence that supports the expectation, overlook exceptions, and then use the accumulated evidence to maintain the same identity. Breaking that loop does not require pretending to be someone you are not. It requires allowing repeated present evidence to become more important than an old summary. If you once avoided difficult tasks but have now completed dozens of them, the sentence "I always give up" is no longer a neutral description of your history. It has become outdated data. The challenge is that identity tends to prefer coherence over constant revision. You do not want to feel like a stranger to yourself. So the mind connects old and new versions into one continuous story, sometimes keeping familiar labels long after their usefulness has expired. Yet there is something freeing in recognizing that the label can lag. The discomfort you feel in a new role does not necessarily mean the role is false. Feeling inexperienced at being confident does not prove you are still incapable. Feeling surprised by your own resilience does not mean the resilience appeared by accident. Sometimes behavior changes first, evidence accumulates second, and identity catches up last. You become the person before you become accustomed to calling yourself that person. Perhaps this is why meaningful change can feel so strangely anticlimactic from inside. You expect transformation to arrive with a clear internal announcement, but often it arrives quietly. One day you notice that something which once terrified you has become ordinary. A boundary you could never set now comes naturally. A skill that once exhausted you has become routine. The old version of you still exists in memory, so close that it can feel current, but it is no longer an accurate description of everything you are capable of doing. Your self-image is valuable because it gives your life continuity, but continuity is not the same as permanence. The internal portrait was never meant to be a photograph taken once and kept forever. It is a model, and models need revision when reality changes. Sometimes the most difficult person to convince that you have changed is the one who witnessed every moment of the change. You. And perhaps growing into a new life is not only about becoming different, it is also about giving your mind enough time, evidence, and honesty to finally recognize the person who has already arrived. You might believe a glitch was a message. A random error can feel strangely personal when it happens at exactly the right moment. Your phone freezes while you are thinking about someone. A song skips on a particular word. A streetlight flickers as you make an important decision. The same number appears several times in one day. Or a website produces a bizarre error message containing a phrase that seems almost perfectly related to what has been on your mind. For a second, coincidence can stop feeling like coincidence. It can feel aimed at you. Human beings are exceptionally good at finding patterns, and that ability is normally one of the reasons you can function in a complicated world at all. You recognize that dark clouds often precede rain, that a particular tone of voice predicts conflict, that footprints indicate someone has passed nearby, and that repeated symptoms may share a cause. A brain that could not detect relationships between separate events would have enormous difficulty learning. The problem is that a system designed to discover real patterns can occasionally discover patterns that are not actually there. Psychologists often use the term apophenia for the tendency to perceive meaningful connections among unrelated or weakly related events. In its mild forms, this is extremely ordinary. You notice 3 unusual coincidences and begin wondering whether they belong together. You see a shape in randomness and give it significance. You experience an unlikely event shortly after thinking about the same subject and feel that the timing must mean something. The important point is that your brain does not calculate every coincidence from a neutral statistical distance. Events are filtered through relevance. If you have been worrying about whether to move to another city, a random advertisement mentioning that city may suddenly feel unusually significant. The advertisement might have appeared thousands of times without meaning anything to you, but now it intersects with an active concern, so attention gives it extra weight. This is closely related to salience. Some information feels more important than other information because it connects with your goals, fears, memories, or expectations. Salience is useful. A parent needs to notice the sound of their child among background noise. A driver needs to notice sudden movement near the road. A hungry animal benefits from detecting food-related cues quickly. But significance and causation are not the same thing. Something can feel relevant without having been produced for you. Modern technology creates especially fertile ground for this confusion, because digital systems regularly behave in ways that are both unpredictable and strangely specific. Recommendation algorithms place content in front of you based on enormous collections of behavioral signals. Autocomplete produces sentences you did not expect. Software crashes at inconvenient moments. Notifications arrive with uncanny timing. Random number systems generate repetitions. A video pauses on an emotionally charged frame. Because these events occur inside systems you interact with personally, it can be easy to interpret an unusual output as an intentional response. Sometimes, of course, there really is a mechanism behind what you see. An advertisement may appear because you searched for something. A platform may recommend a topic because you watched related videos. And a notification may be triggered by your previous behavior. But that does not mean every striking coincidence has been individually selected as a message. Complex systems produce countless outputs. And when enough events occur, some combinations will look astonishing by chance alone. This is sometimes illustrated by what statisticians call the law of truly large numbers. With enough opportunities for something unusual to happen, unusual things become inevitable. You may think, what are the chances that I would see that exact phrase immediately after thinking about it? But the question usually ignores all the other thoughts you had that day that were followed by nothing interesting. All the phrases you encountered that did not match anything in your mind. And all the moments when a coincidence could have occurred, but did not. The striking match is remembered precisely because it matched. The thousands of non-matches leave almost no emotional trace. This creates fertile ground for confirmation bias. Once you begin wondering whether a particular pattern is meaningful, matching events become easier to notice, and contradictory events become easier to forget. Suppose you begin thinking that the number 23 appears whenever something important is about to happen. The next time 23 appears before an interesting event, the connection feels powerful. When it appears on an ordinary receipt followed by an uneventful afternoon, the episode is rarely stored with equal force. Over time, memory accumulates examples supporting the pattern while the failures dissolve into the background. The pattern can therefore become more convincing without becoming more accurate. Another force is agency detection, the human tendency to ask whether events were caused intentionally by someone or something. In uncertain situations, assuming agency can sometimes be safer than ignoring it. If a branch moves in darkness, falsely assuming that an animal caused it may cost only a moment of fear. Falsely assuming that a real predator was merely wind could be far more costly. Evolution did not need to produce a perfectly skeptical brain. It needed one sensitive enough to detect meaningful agents when they mattered. In modern life, that sensitivity can spill into places where no agent exists. A malfunction can feel deliberate. A random sequence can seem arranged. An accidental interruption can feel like the universe answering a question. Humans also naturally build narratives, linking events into sequences with beginnings, turning points, and consequences. Narrative thinking is powerful because it compresses complicated experience into something understandable. But coincidence has no obligation to respect narrative boundaries. Two unrelated events can occur minutes apart and acquire a story simply because your mind finds the sequence emotionally satisfying. You think about an old friend and they call later that day. That genuinely feels remarkable. Yet people think about hundreds of individuals, places, possibilities, and worries across weeks and months, most of which are never followed by matching events. When one coincidence lands perfectly, you remember it. If you later learn that your friend had been planning to call for days, the event becomes less mysterious without becoming less meaningful. Coincidence can matter emotionally without requiring a hidden sender. There is also an important difference between playful meaning-making and becoming unable to question a perceived message. Humans have always attached personal significance to coincidences, dreams, symbols, and unusual events, and doing so is not automatically pathological. You can notice a strangely timed song lyric and let it inspire reflection without believing the radio station intentionally transmitted it to you. You can treat an accidental phrase as a reminder to reconsider a decision while still recognizing that the phrase was accidental. The concern grows when ordinary neutral events begin to feel repeatedly and unquestionably directed at you. When television presenters seem to be speaking specifically to you, strangers' gestures appear coded, or random objects seem to contain private instructions. Clinicians sometimes refer to unusually strong beliefs of this kind as ideas of reference, and in some psychiatric conditions, they can become fixed and distressing. The important distinction is not whether an event feels meaningful, but whether you can still consider ordinary explanations and revise your interpretation when evidence changes. A useful question is therefore not, did this feel like a message? Feelings of significance can be extremely real. A better question is, what independent evidence would show that a message was actually sent? If the interpretation depends entirely on timing, coincidence, repetition, or personal relevance, there may be no sender at all. You can also ask whether you would have noticed the same event if the topic had not already been on your mind, whether the supposed pattern predicts anything before it happens, rather than only making sense afterward, and how often similar events occur without producing the expected outcome. These questions do not drain wonder from life. They separate wonder from certainty. A strange coincidence can still be beautiful. A glitch can still make you stop and reconsider something. A random lyric can still arrive when you needed to hear it. Meaning does not always have to be transmitted intentionally to be useful. Sometimes you create the meaning after the event, and that creation becomes part of your own story, rather than evidence that reality secretly addressed you. Perhaps that is the quietest lesson, hidden inside the strange moments that feel designed. Your brain is built to search relentlessly for structure, because structure is how you learn, survive, and understand. Most of the time, that instinct reveals real connections. Occasionally, it places invisible threads between events that merely happen to stand close together. And when a screen flickers, a number repeats, or a perfectly timed coincidence makes the world seem to wink at you, the most interesting question may not be whether the universe sent a message. It may be why your mind was so ready to recognize one. The feeling of reality might be optional and can be turned off. There are moments when nothing in the world changes, yet the world suddenly stops feeling real. The walls are still where they were, your hands still belong to your body, people continue speaking normally, and you may understand perfectly well that you are awake, but something invisible has shifted. The emotional certainty that this is happening to you, here, now, can weaken or disappear. People describe the experience in different ways. A familiar street may look strangely artificial, as though it were a movie set. A loved one's face may be recognizable but emotionally distant. Your own voice may sound as if it belongs to someone else. The room may feel flat, dreamlike, foggy, overly sharp, or separated from you by an invisible pane of glass. In psychology and psychiatry, experiences like these are often discussed under the terms derealization and depersonalization. Derealization refers mainly to the outside world feeling unreal, distant, unfamiliar, or strangely altered, while depersonalization involves feeling detached from yourself, your thoughts, your body, or your actions. What makes these states so remarkable is that many people experiencing them still know that reality itself has not literally disappeared. They may say, "I know this room is real, but it doesn't feel real." That sentence exposes a distinction you probably never think about during ordinary life. Knowing that something exists and feeling its reality are not exactly the same mental operation. Most of the time, they are fused so tightly that you assume the sense of realness simply belongs to objects themselves. You see your kitchen, and it feels like your kitchen. You look at your hands, and they feel unquestionably like your hands. You hear your name and feel that it refers to you. But certain altered states show that the brain appears to add something to perception beyond recognition. Familiarity, emotional relevance, bodily ownership, and a sense of presence. When those layers weaken, the physical world can remain understandable while losing the quality that makes it feel fully inhabited. This can happen during intense stress, panic, trauma, severe anxiety, exhaustion, sleep deprivation, and sometimes after certain drugs or during particular neurological or psychiatric conditions. The experience may be brief, lasting minutes, or in some people it can recur or persist for much longer. One reason stress is thought to matter is that the brain under threat changes its priorities. During a powerful fight or flight response, attention shifts towards survival, emotional systems alter their activity, the body changes breathing and heart rate, and perception may become narrowed or unusually detached. For some people, this detachment seems to function almost like an emergency mode. Overwhelming experience is still registered, but its emotional immediacy is reduced. This does not mean derealization is consciously chosen, nor that it is always protective or harmless. When persistent, it can be deeply distressing precisely because the person wants ordinary reality to feel ordinary again. Yet the fact that such a state can occur at all suggests that realness is not a simple property delivered by the eyes and ears. The brain must somehow construct it. Researchers studying depersonalization and derealization have investigated networks involved in emotion, attention, bodily awareness, and the integration of internal and external signals. There is no single switch in the skull labeled reality, and scientists do not have one complete explanation. But one recurring idea is that normal experience depends on sensory information being linked with the emotional and bodily responses that tell you something matters to you. Imagine seeing a close friend. Recognition alone involves identifying the face, but the ordinary experience also contains an almost invisible feeling of familiarity, emotional history, and personal relevance. You do not consciously calculate these layers. They arrive together. If the emotional component becomes muted, the face can still be identified while somehow feeling strangely distant. The same may happen to places. Your bedroom contains objects you recognize, yet without the usual emotional signature of familiarity, it can momentarily resemble a carefully reconstructed copy of somewhere you know. This helps explain why people often struggle to describe derealization. Nothing obvious is missing from the scene. The missing element is the quality that normally makes the scene feel unquestionably present. There is also a bodily side to this. Your sense of being located behind your eyes and inside your body feels so fundamental that you rarely notice it as a sensation at all. But that feeling depends on the integration of signals from vision, touch, balance, internal organs, muscles, and body position. Under unusual conditions, the integration can become disturbed enough that a person feels detached from their body or experiences actions as strangely automatic. They may look at their hand moving and understand intellectually that they are controlling it, while simultaneously feeling as though they are watching the movement from a distance. Again, this is different from believing that another person has literally taken control. In classic depersonalization, reality testing is often preserved. The person recognizes the experience as a disturbing change in perception rather than accepting it as objective transformation. That preserved insight is scientifically important because it shows how contradictory layers of consciousness can coexist. One system can say, "This is my hand," while another produces the feeling, "This does not seem like me." One level identifies reality correctly, while another fails to generate its normal emotional certainty. Even time can acquire an unusual texture during these episodes. Events may feel distant as they occur. Conversations can seem strangely mechanical, and memory for the period may later feel thin or detached. Yet this is not because the person has physically left the present. It is because presence itself appears to require active neural integration. The brain normally binds perception, emotion, bodily state, memory, and self-awareness into one unified experience. And when that binding weakens, the individual components can remain while the unity feels fractured. This is why describing derealization simply as seeing the world differently misses its core. Often the visual world looks almost normal. What has changed is the relationship between the observer and what is being observed. The emotional handshake between you and reality no longer feels complete. And there is a curious paradox here. People experiencing derealization are often intensely aware that something feels wrong, which can make them monitor their own perception constantly. They ask themselves, does this feel real yet? Do I feel normal now? That hypervigilance can make the altered state even more noticeable, because ordinary consciousness usually does not inspect its own sense of reality. You do not normally wake each morning and test whether your bedroom feels sufficiently real. The feeling is simply there, silent and unquestioned. Once attention turns toward it, however, the absence can become impossible to ignore. This does not mean a person can simply stop checking and instantly recover. Persistent symptoms can require professional evaluation and treatment, especially when they interfere with daily life. But scientifically, the phenomenon reveals something profound without requiring any supernatural explanation. Reality itself has not switched off. Gravity continues working. Other people remain present. The objects around you have not become projections. What has changed is the brain state through which those facts are experienced. That distinction may sound small, but it opens an extraordinary question. How much of your ordinary certainty is something your nervous system quietly adds? Perhaps the deepest mark of normal consciousness is not that you see a table, hear a voice, or recognize a room. It is that all of those things arrive with an immediate, unquestioned sense of belonging to the same world as you. You do not normally notice that sensation because it is woven into everything. Only when it fades do you discover that "this is real" is not merely a conclusion you reach with logic. It is also a feeling, and for some people, under certain conditions, that feeling can temporarily fall silent, while the world itself remains exactly where it was. You experience a fake now created by your brain. The now you are experiencing is probably not an instant at all, but a short piece of time your brain has gathered together and presented as if everything inside it happened at once. You feel as though consciousness sits on a razor-thin edge separating past from future. A sound occurs now, a hand moves now, a light turns on now. But biological systems cannot build a useful experience from infinitely thin moments. Events unfold across time. Different senses operate at different speeds, and the brain must decide which signals belong to the same event before you can experience a coherent present. A person's lips begin moving, their voice reaches your ears, their facial expression changes and your own body reacts. Yet all of these streams travel through different sensory pathways and are processed on different schedules. If consciousness insisted on displaying each signal at the exact instant it became available, everyday reality could feel strangely fragmented. Instead, the nervous system appears to integrate information across brief temporal windows, grouping nearby events into single perceptual moments. Philosophers once called something similar the specious present. The idea that the present you experience has duration rather than being a mathematical point with no width. Neuroscience gives that old idea a biological foundation, although there is no single universal duration for consciousnesses now. Different tasks and sensory systems integrate information across different timescales. The important point is that your experience present is assembled. A simple example appears when sight and sound arrive slightly out of alignment. In the physical world, the two signals do not necessarily reach you together. Light travels enormously faster than sound, and even inside the nervous system, visual and auditory information follow different processing routes. Yet if the mismatch is small enough, the brain can treat the signals as belonging to one event. You see someone clap and hear one clap associated with the movement, rather than experiencing two unrelated moments. Your nervous system maintains what researchers call a temporal binding window, a range within which events arriving at somewhat different times may still be grouped as simultaneous or causally connected. That window is flexible. Experience can tune it, attention can influence it, and different combinations of senses tolerate different amounts of temporal mismatch. This is why poorly synchronized dialogue in a film can remain surprisingly tolerable when the error is small but becomes deeply disturbing once the sound drifts far enough from the actor's mouth. Nothing mysterious happens at the exact point where it starts feeling wrong. The mismatch has simply exceeded what your brain is willing to treat as one event, and the construction of now becomes even stranger because perception does not always finalize an event the instant the first information arrives. Sometimes later information can influence how an earlier moment is ultimately experienced. Scientists call this post-diction. Prediction uses the past to estimate what is coming. Post-diction works in the opposite direction, using information that arrives slightly later to settle what you think just happened. One beautiful demonstration comes from apparent motion illusions. If two visual objects appear rapidly at different locations, you may not experience two isolated flashes. You can perceive a single object moving between them. In certain carefully designed versions, later information about the second object affects what you seem to have experienced during the movement between the two positions. Your brain cannot have fully determined the intermediate experience before the second event occurred, because that later event helps define the percept. It is as though perception briefly keeps the recent past open, waits for additional evidence, and then constructs the most coherent story of the sequence. Touch can reveal something similar. In the classic cutaneous rabbit illusion, a person receives several rapid taps at separated locations along the skin, perhaps near the wrist and farther up the arm. Instead of feeling taps only where they physically occurred, the person may experience a sequence of touches hopping across intermediate locations, like a tiny animal moving along the skin. Later taps help determine where earlier parts of the sequence seem to have been felt. The nervous system receives a pattern that would be unusual if interpreted literally, so it organizes the series into a more continuous event. The consequence is remarkable. The conscious experience of an earlier touch is partly shaped by information arriving afterward. This does not mean your brain rewrites minutes of history or changes physical reality. Postdictive effects operate over short perceptual intervals, but they reveal that what you call the present may contain a small amount of the recent past that has not yet been fully settled. Consciousness can wait just long enough for a better interpretation. That waiting is useful because the world itself is temporally messy. A bouncing ball produces changing visual positions across time. A spoken syllable develops through a sequence of acoustic transitions. A facial expression unfolds rather than appearing instantaneously. To understand events, the brain must link what has just happened with what is happening next. An infinitely thin present would contain almost no structure at all. A melody cannot exist inside one durationless moment because melody requires one note to relate to another. Movement cannot be recognized from a single frozen position because movement requires change. Even the meaning of a spoken word often becomes clear only after later sounds arrive. The brain, therefore, needs a short history to understand the event occurring now. This may help explain why your conscious present feels rich rather than point-like. You hear part of a sentence while still retaining what came immediately before it. You watch an object move while earlier positions remain relevant to its current trajectory. You understand a gesture because your nervous system connects several stages into one meaningful action. The now you inhabit is not merely the newest piece of information, it is a temporarily integrated package containing traces of several moments. Yet it would be misleading to imagine that the brain stores the world for a fixed delay and then releases consciousness like a television broadcast running behind schedule. There is no evidence for one central waiting room where every sensation queues until an official present is declared. Different neural processes operate continuously and across overlapping timescales. Some responses occur extremely quickly and can guide behavior before detailed awareness develops. Others require more integration. What feels like one unified present emerges from this complicated overlap rather than from a single internal clock. Your now is therefore fake only in a very specific sense. It is not the infinitely thin, perfectly synchronized slice of the universe that intuition makes it seem to be. It is a biological construction designed to make events coherent enough to understand and act upon. And this construction solves a problem so effectively that you rarely realize there was a problem at all. Look around you. A sound begins and ends. Someone moves. Your breathing continues. Perhaps a screen changes brightness while you read. It all seems to occupy one shared present, as though reality has stamped every event with the same word, now. But beneath that effortless experience, signals are arriving at different moments. Sensory systems are deciding which events belong together. Recent information is being integrated, and sometimes what happens slightly later is helping determine what you believe happened slightly earlier. By the time the present becomes something you can consciously inhabit, it already contains a tiny history, and perhaps that is the quiet paradox of being awake. You never experience an isolated instant. You experience a carefully stitched interval that your brain calls the present, just wide enough to turn scattered events into a world that feels as though it is happening all at once. Your mind rewrites your memories without telling you. The memory you just brought back may not return to storage exactly as you found it. That is one of the most unsettling discoveries in modern memory research. Remembering can sometimes make a memory temporarily changeable. For a long time, scientists imagined memory in a fairly simple way. An experience occurred, the brain stored it, and later you retrieved the stored information like opening a file. But experiments across animals and humans have shown that some memories behave less like files and more like living traces. After a memory is formed, it goes through a stabilization process called consolidation, during which patterns of neural activity and changes in synaptic connections help make the memory more durable. Once stabilized, you might expect it to remain protected indefinitely. Yet when certain memories are actively retrieved, they can enter a temporary state in which they become less stable and must be stored again. This later process is known as reconsolidation. The crucial idea is not that every act of remembering completely rewrites the past. nor that the brain casually erases facts whenever you think about them. Reconsolidation is selective, depends on the type and age of the memory, and appears especially likely when retrieval reveals something unexpected, when the brain discovers that the current situation does not fully match what the stored memory predicted. Imagine returning to a cafe where you once had an intensely unpleasant argument. Your memory says that the place is threatening. You enter again, nothing bad happens, and the brain encounters a mismatch between expectation and reality. Under some conditions, retrieving the old memory while experiencing new information can allow the emotional meaning of that memory to be updated before it becomes stable again. The original event has not been erased. The argument still happened. What may change is the network of associations surrounding it, how dangerous the place feels, what you expect to happen there, and how strongly the memory controls your response the next time it is activated. Some of the foundations for this idea came from experiments in which researchers trained animals to associate a cue with danger. After the memory had become established, they briefly reactivated it and then interfered with the biological processes required for restabilization. The fear memory could subsequently be weakened, but only if it had first been retrieved under the right conditions. If the memory was never reactivated, disrupting those processes had much less effect. These findings suggested that retrieval had opened a temporary window during which the stored trace required renewed stabilization. Human researchers later explored whether emotional memories could also be updated during this window. In laboratory fear conditioning studies, for example, participants learn that a particular visual cue predicts something unpleasant. If the cue is later presented without the unpleasant event, people can gradually learn that it is now safe. Normally, this extinction learning may coexist with the older fear memory, which is one reason fear can sometimes return later. But some experiments have suggested that presenting new safety information shortly after, carefully reactivating the original fear memory can reduce later return of fear more effectively than ordinary extinction alone. The findings have been influential, but also difficult to reproduce perfectly across every study, which is why scientists do not treat reconsolidation as a simple switch that can reliably erase traumatic memories on command. The brain is more complicated than that. Still, the broader lesson is powerful. Retrieval can be an active biological event, not merely passive inspection. You can see hints of this in ordinary life. Think of a childhood event you have told as a story for years. The first time you remembered it, the memory may have contained a loose mixture of sights, feelings, and fragments. Later you told it at dinner. Someone laughed at one part, so that moment became central. Years later, you told it again and emphasized the same scene. Eventually, the remembered event may be organized around the story you have repeatedly constructed, rather than around the exact structure of the original experience. Each retelling does not necessarily invent false facts, but remembering selects, emphasizes, interprets, and sometimes incorporates new emotional meaning. What you retrieve today becomes part of the conditions under which the memory is stored for tomorrow. Even your current emotional state can influence that update. An event remembered while you are angry may be organized around different details than the same event remembered after reconciliation. Years later, a memory of failure may become a memory of persistence because your understanding of what followed has changed. Again, the past itself has not been altered. What has changed is the present brain state through which that past is reconstructed and restored. This is why reconsolidation is different from simply forgetting. Forgetting is a loss of accessibility or detail. Reconsolidation can preserve the event while changing its connections. A memory of a frightening dog may remain perfectly clear while losing some of its power to make every dog feel dangerous. A humiliating classroom moment may remain part of your history while no longer proving, in your current interpretation, that you are incapable. Memory therefore serves more than one purpose. If its only job were perfect preservation, the safest system would seal every important event permanently after it happened. But an organism living in a changing world needs memories that can adapt. A predator that was dangerous yesterday may no longer be present. A person who once betrayed you may later become trustworthy, or the reverse. A place once associated with safety can become dangerous. A useful memory system must preserve enough of the past to guide behavior while remaining flexible enough to update when reality changes. Reconsolidation may be one mechanism that allows both stability and revision to coexist. There is a cost, of course. A memory that can be updated can also be distorted. New interpretations may become tangled with old experience. Repeated emotional reactions may strengthen certain associations, and the version you carry forward may drift away from the original event in ways you never consciously notice. This is why vividness should not be confused with untouched preservation. A memory can become stronger through repetition, while becoming stronger in its current form, not necessarily more faithful to the day it was first created. Yet the same vulnerability may also be one of memory's greatest gifts. If painful learning were permanently frozen after a single event, your nervous system would be trapped by every early mistake and every outdated danger. The possibility of updating allows experience to remain teachable. Therapy approaches that involve carefully revisiting emotional memories often try in different ways to create new learning while old patterns are active. The science does not support the fantasy of deleting a traumatic memory like removing a file from a computer, and no responsible account should promise that. What can sometimes change is the meaning, emotional force, and behavioral expectation connected with the memory. You remember, but the remembered event no longer controls the present in quite the same way, and perhaps that is the quiet paradox at the center of remembering. The act that seems to bring you closest to the past may also be one of the moments when the past becomes most vulnerable to change. Every memory you revisit is carried into a brain that is older than the one that formed it, surrounded by new knowledge, new emotions, and new consequences. When it is stored again, some of that present may travel back with it. You may never feel the rewrite happening. There is no sound of a file being saved, no warning that the memory has entered a fragile state. You simply remember today, and tomorrow the memory is there again, familiar enough to feel permanent. But beneath that familiarity, the trace may have been quietly updated by the very act of bringing it to mind. Your past does not physically change when you remember it. What changes is the version of that past your living brain carries forward. And sometimes, without telling you, remembering becomes another form of learning. Déjà vu, a misfire in memory that feels like time looping. For a few uncanny seconds, the present can feel as though it has already happened, even while another part of your mind knows perfectly well that it has not. You walk into a room you are certain you have never visited. Someone begins a sentence, the light falls across the wall in a particular way, and suddenly the entire moment carries an impossible familiarity. It is not simply that the room reminds you of somewhere else. Déjà vu has a more specific quality. The event feels familiar while the source of that familiarity remains missing. You recognize the moment without being able to remember it. That strange split is one reason neuroscientists are so interested in déjà vu, because ordinary recognition usually depends on at least two partly separable processes. One is familiarity, the rapid feeling that something has been encountered before. The other is recollection, the ability to retrieve details about where and when the encounter occurred. You see an old classmate and may instantly feel that the face is familiar before remembering their name, the school, or the last conversation you had. In normal recognition, familiarity and recollection usually cooperate. Déjà vu may occur when the familiarity signal appears unusually strongly without the recollection needed to justify it. The mind effectively receives the message, "You know this," while finding no memory that explains why. That contradiction produces the eerie impression that the present itself must somehow be repeating. Researchers link these processes to structures within the medial temporal lobe, a region containing the hippocampus and neighboring areas deeply involved in memory. The hippocampus is particularly important for linking the elements of an experience into an episode. What happened, where it happened, and how the pieces belong together, while nearby regions contribute to judgments of familiarity and recognition. Scientists do not believe there is one tiny déjà vu center that occasionally fires by mistake. But the memory systems involved in familiarity and contextual recollection provide a plausible framework for understanding the experience. Evidence from neurology makes this connection especially interesting. Some people with temporal lobe epilepsy report powerful déjà vu immediately before or during certain seizures, and electrical stimulation of regions within the medial temporal lobe has occasionally produced déjà vu-like experiences. These medical cases are not the same as ordinary déjà vu in healthy people, but they show that unusual activity in memory-related brain networks can generate an intense sense of familiarity, even when the current situation does not logically deserve it. For most people, however, occasional déjà vu is common and not a sign of epilepsy or brain disease. It often lasts only a few seconds and disappears as suddenly as it began. What may trigger it in healthy brains is still debated, and several explanations probably contribute. One possibility involves partial resemblance. A new environment can share an underlying spatial arrangement with a place you have encountered before, even when the objects themselves are different. Imagine entering an unfamiliar hotel lobby. The staircase may sit at the same angle as one in a building you visited years ago. The reception desk may occupy a similar position to another room, and the doorway may frame the space in a familiar configuration. You may fail to retrieve the original place consciously, but enough of the current layout matches stored experience to produce familiarity. Experiments using carefully designed virtual environments have supported this idea. People can report stronger déjà vu when a new scene has a spatial configuration, resembling an earlier scene they do not consciously remember. The experience may therefore sometimes be a genuine memory response, aimed at the wrong level of detail. Your brain recognizes a structure without recovering the episode that supplied it. Another possibility concerns timing within memory processing itself. Recognition is not a single event happening everywhere in the brain at exactly the same instant. Different pieces of information are processed through interacting pathways, and a brief disruption in their coordination could theoretically make a current experience acquire an inappropriate feeling of prior familiarity. Older popular explanations sometimes describe déjà vu as the same information entering the brain twice with a tiny delay, making the second arrival feel like a memory. Modern neuroscience does not support that simple story as an established mechanism, but the general idea that familiarity can become temporarily uncoupled from accurate contextual memory remains central to current thinking. What makes déjà vu especially fascinating is that you usually retain insight while it is happening. You do not normally conclude with full conviction that time has literally restarted. Instead, two judgments coexist. This feels completely familiar, and I know I have not lived this exact moment before. That second judgment is important. It suggests that another part of your memory system is monitoring the familiarity signal and detecting a conflict. Researchers studying déjà vu have found that people experiencing laboratory-induced familiarity without recollection can sometimes become especially aware that something is wrong with the recognition process. In a strange way, déjà vu may reveal not only a memory error, but also the brain noticing its own error. You feel the familiarity, fail to locate its source, and become conscious of the mismatch. This may explain why déjà vu feels more uncanny than an ordinary false recognition. If you simply mistook a stranger for someone you knew, you might correct yourself and move on. During déjà vu, the familiarity appears to belong to the whole moment. The position of the furniture, the rhythm of the conversation, your own movement through the space, perhaps even the sense that you know what will happen next. That final feeling can be particularly convincing. People sometimes report that during déjà vu they seem to know the next word someone will say or the next event that will occur. Experiments have tested this apparent precognition and have not found evidence that déjà vu gives people genuine access to the future. What can happen instead is subtler. Strong familiarity creates a feeling of predictive confidence. If the situation seems remembered, then it naturally feels as though the next part should also be retrievable. You may experience a powerful sense that you know what comes next without actually being able to predict it better than chance. The feeling of knowing and actual knowledge can separate. This is why déjà vu can imitate something supernatural without requiring anything supernatural to happen. The memory system produces a signal normally associated with past experience, and consciousness tries to explain why that signal exists. Time looping is one emotionally compelling explanation, but the evidence points toward memory processing rather than repeated reality. Fatigue, stress, and changes in attention are often mentioned in personal reports of déjà vu, though their precise roles are not fully established. The experience is also reported more frequently by younger adults and tends to become less common with age, which is interesting because déjà vu seems to require both a false familiarity signal and enough memory monitoring ability to recognize that the familiarity does not make sense. If recognition systems become generally less sensitive with age, the peculiar combination needed for déjà vu may occur less often. But no single factor explains every episode. Sometimes a location resembles another place. Sometimes an unnoticed fragment of an earlier experience may be reactivated. Sometimes memory networks may simply produce an unusually strong familiarity response with no identifiable trigger. The uncertainty is part of what makes the phenomenon scientifically valuable. Déjà vu is brief, unpredictable, and difficult to reproduce perfectly in a laboratory. Yet it exposes an architecture of memory that ordinary life hides from you. You normally assume familiarity is evidence. Something feels known because you encountered it before. Déjà vu demonstrates that the feeling itself can exist independently of a recoverable past. For a few seconds, the brain creates the emotional certainty of remembering without providing the memory that should accompany it. And that is why the experience feels less like forgetting and more like time behaving incorrectly. The present has acquired the texture of the past. Nothing around you needs to repeat. No hidden timeline needs to fold back on itself. The strangeness comes from a much smaller event inside the machinery of recognition. A moment arriving with the wrong emotional timestamp. Then the signal fades, the room becomes ordinary again, and the impossible familiarity dissolves. You continue forward knowing that the moment was new, even though for a few seconds, your own memory system insisted that somewhere, somehow, you had already been there.